of the brother to be fulfilled.
मित्रांनो, ह्या सगळ्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये मला एवढंच सांगायचंय, आता इतके वर्ष सगळीकडे काम केले, मला स्टेजवरच्या मान्यवरांना आपल्यालाही सगळ्यांना सांगायचंय, मला विरोधी पक्ष नेत्यामध्ये फार काही इंटरेस्ट नव्हता, परंतु आमदारांनी आग्रह केला, त्यांनी ते सह्या केल्या आणि त्याच्यामुळे मी त्यांच्या खातर आणि नेते मंडळींनी पण सांगितलं, अजित तू त्या ठिकाणी हो. 1 वर्ष मी विरोधी पक्ष नेतेपद सांभाळलेलं. ते सांभाळत असताना काहींचं म्हणणं तू कडक वागत नाही. आता म्हणलं काय त्यांची गचोरी धरू का काय करू, कडक वागत नाही म्हणजे काय अजून कळत नाही. पण म्हणलं आता बास झालं, मला त्याच्यातनं मुक्त करा आणि संघटनेची जबाबदारी द्या.
अर्थातच एका बहिणीला माझ्या भावाच्या सगळ्या इच्छा पूर्ण हो अशीच वाटणार आणि अर्थातच भाऊ म्हणून दादाची वाटणार. पण संघटना ही एक कुटुंब म्हणून राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष काम करतं. त्याच्या कुटुंबातल्या सगळे लोक आनंदी राहावे ह्याच्यात तर मग मजा आहे ना, मग काम करायला आणि आनंद वाटतो.
That is exactly what Ajit Pawar will also be thinking, and that's why Ajit Pawar, after thinking about his future, has made this comment. Because if you look at the entire scenario ahead of the 2024 elections, if we talk about NCP, Sharad Pawar is the president, Supriya Sule is the working president. But another family member who is very active, Ajit Pawar, has no responsibility within the party. So in the 2024 elections, if Ajit Pawar is unable to decide who will contest the elections, if Ajit Pawar is unable to distribute the tickets, then his value within the party gets down. And he understands that very well. He is the same Ajit Pawar who in 2019 formed a government with Devendra Fadnavis. However, even at that time, no one questioned him, no one said anything. There were talks with Ajit Pawar and he was called back and he was made the deputy chief minister in the MVA government. But after that, when Sharad Pawar understood that the relation between Ajit Pawar and BJP is increasing day by day. First he offered to resign from the post of NCP president. Later he said, okay, I'll continue as the president. Later Supriya Sule was announced as the working president. And this meant that the power that Ajit Pawar had within the party kept on reducing day by day. Now, as I said, he's the same person about whom no one said anything during the 2019 after elections when he formed the government with Devendra Fadnavis. And now the same Ajit Pawar has to go on a public event where his uncle is sitting behind him, and from there publicly has to say that, okay, I don't want to continue as the leader of opposition. You should give me some responsibility within the party. And what we know so far is that Ajit Pawar is eyeing on the position of the state president of NCP so that he can show that, okay, Sharad Pawar is the national president, Supriya Sule is the working president, but in Maharashtra where NCP is in power or has the most number of MLAs, there I am the one who is leading the party, so that ahead of the 2024 elections, the main shots that is being called by the NCP, Ajit Pawar has an important role to play. Because if he doesn't, it means that his value or his stature in the party is reduced. And that's why in a public event where Sharad Pawar was present, where Supriya Sule was present, where other senior leaders were present, over there publicly Ajit Pawar said that I did not want it to be the LOP. You all asked me to become the MLAs, signed and said that, okay, Ajit Pawar should become the leader of opposition. So I became the leader of opposition, but I don't want to continue. People say that I am not attacking the government the way I should, and I think so I should be given some responsibility within the party, and then I'll show you what I can do within the party. So this is what Ajit Pawar said. And speaking on the same thing, when Supriya Sule was made the working president, at that time the reporters asked Supriya Sule that if you are the working president, does this mean that Ajit Pawar reports to you or you order to Ajit Pawar? At that time Supriya Sule said that Ajit Pawar is the leader of opposition and that post has a value similar to the value of the chief minister's post. So Ajit Pawar has a lot of value, but now Ajit Pawar has probably understood that ahead of the 2024 elections, if he still wants to have that control over his MLAs, over his workers within the party, he needs to have some designation or some post in NCP, and that's why publicly he has come out and said that, okay, I don't want to continue as the leader of opposition, you should give me some responsibility within NCP.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
That informs
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
That informs
inspires.
Welcome back. And Prime Minister Modi is in Washington, and today we'll be having a series of bilateral talks, as well as he's going to have a closed-door meeting with US President Joe Biden. The Prime Minister and US President will be taking questions from the press on Thursday. The White House has confirmed this, terming it a big deal. The format of the press conference will include one question from the US press and one from an Indian journalist. President Joe Biden welcomed the Prime Minister, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. They hosted a private dinner for the Prime Minister. The key bilaterals between the two sides are lined up, and highlight is going to be the lavish state dinner and the Prime Minister's address to the joint session of the US Congress. President Biden and Prime Minister Modi are expected to announce a variety of agreements related to defense cooperation and sales, artificial intelligence, quantum computing and investments in India by Micron Technology and other US companies.
हमने स्कूलों में लगभग 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स उसकी स्थापना की है, जहां बच्चों को तरह तरह के इनोवेशन करने के लिए सभी प्रकार की सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं। हमने युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन शुरू किया है। हमारा लक्ष्य इस डेकेड को टेक डेकेड या टेकेड बनाने का है। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और अमेरिका को ग्रोथ का मोमेंटम बनाए रखने के लिए एक पाइपलाइन ऑफ टैलेंट उसकी भी जरूरत है। जहां एक और अमेरिका के पास उच्च कोटि के शिक्षण संस्थान है, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजीज है, वहीं भारत के पास विश्व की सबसे बड़ी युवा फैक्ट्री है। और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी सस्टेनेबल और इंक्लूसिव ग्लोबल ग्रोथ का इंजन साबित होगी। एक इंडिया यूएस टीचर्स एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत के विषय हम सोच सकते हैं। दुनिया भर में फैले साइंटिस्ट और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स का भारत के संस्थानों के साथ एंगेजमेंट बढ़ाने के लिए हमने 2015 में ज्ञान ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव ऑफ एकेडमिक नेटवर्क अभियान शुरू किया था। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि इसके तहत अब तक यूएस से 750 फैकल्टी मेंबर्स भारत आ चुके हैं।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Through Joe's Investing in America agenda, we're creating millions of good jobs in growing industries like clean energy and manufacturing.
And as the official gifts, the Prime Minister gave a handcrafted sandalwood box to President Joe Biden and a 7.5-carat lab-grown diamond to the First Lady. The sandalwood box gifted to President Biden, who turns 81 in November, contains a silver idol of Lord Ganesha. Vedant has more on this.
Well, one big highlight of the Prime Minister's arrival to Washington has been the exchange of gifts between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Joe Biden. Well, if you look at what the Prime Minister gifted the Bidens, there's deep symbolism, and it's actually fascinating if you look at the thought behind it. So the Prime Minister gifted a handicraft box which has a lot of contents, basically to mark President Joe Biden's 80th birthday. And according to an Indian ancient text, the Ajit, basically once a person completes 80 years of age, he has seen 1,000 full moons. So that is what is behind the Prime Minister's gift. And if you look at this handicraft box in itself, the box is special because it's sandalwood, it's handicrafted by a Rajasthan artisan, and that artisan has managed to also embed a story on the box as well. Now let's look at the contents of the box. Of course, there's a Ganesha idol and also a diya, a silver diya, which is considered auspicious. In fact, Lord Ganesha is also considered the Lord of beginnings, new beginnings, and there are 10 silver boxes which basically mark 10 donations that are made when a person completes 80 years of life as far as an Indian traditional text is concerned. Now these boxes are special in themselves. So there's one box that contains the symbol Om, which has very deep and profound meaning as far as Indian ancient text is concerned. There is ghee as well in one of these boxes, and then there is a silver coin, a special hallmarked coin for Joe Biden in one of these boxes as well. There's a tussar silk cloth which is considered auspicious as well. There is til, which is basically sesame, and that is also used as donation in Indian pujas and Indian traditions. There's sandalwood. There's, of course, as we discussed, a silver diya as well. There's jaggery or gur as well. There's rice. There's salt. And finally, there's a silver coconut which has been sourced from West Bengal. So that is something which is extremely special, 10 donations there. And moving now to what the Prime Minister had for the First Lady Jill Biden. Well, the Prime Minister gave Jill Biden a 7.5 carat green diamond, that stunning diamond there as you can see. And there are two specialities when it comes to this. One, it's made in India. And secondly, it's green, it's lab grown, so it's well environment friendly as well. So a lot of thought there as far as the Prime Minister's gifts are concerned. And if we talk about the American side, President Joe Biden had a vintage American camera for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and an ancient American textbook, book as well. So, those gifts being exchanged there. And also the Prime Minister lastly had a second gift for President Biden as well, and that was a translated copy of the Upanishads from a poet that President Biden often quotes from.
Now as it's gaining strength, and US particularly is a market which is big in accessorization at a price point. That's where I think lab-growns stand a big market where you might be competing with the likes of Swarovskis, which is again a big accessory market. This is a close simulant to a natural diamond, right. So that market might see a lot of traction. But India is right now at the world stage of manufacturing. Diamonds have been an Indian forte. 14 out of 15 diamonds, natural mined, sold anywhere in the world are cut and polished in India. So India has that prowess of manufacturing and cutting and polishing diamonds. Lab grown is an alternate category. It's a good accessory category, which I feel will see a lot of traction both in India and abroad.
And US President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and the White House executive going all out for the state dinner with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Several dishes feature millets as the United Nations has declared 2023 the International Year of Millets, recognizing the grain's environmental sustainability.
We hope guests feel as if someone has set that table just for them, because we have. After dinner, we'll have the opportunity to hear one of our nation's incredible talents, Grammy Award winner Joshua Bell. His performance will be followed by Pen Masala, a South Asian a cappella group from the University of Pennsylvania, who are bringing a little piece of my hometown to the White House, along with songs inspired by the sounds of India. Finally, after the last plates are cleared, with new connections forged and old ones strengthened, guests will end their evening walking across a moonlit lawn. There they will be greeted by hundreds of glowing lanterns guiding them home, illuminating their pathway with all the warmth and love and laughter that we hope they take away from our time together.
The frantic search for the missing Titan submersible en route to the Titanic wreckage site escalated to a critical level this morning. NDTV's Pawar reports on the countdown of the last few potentially remaining hours of onboard oxygen begins.
The search for a submersible that disappeared while taking wealthy tourists to see the wreck of the Titanic has gripped many with its grim cinematic elements. A ticking clock, passengers running out of oxygen, and of course the iconic ocean liner itself, which still captivates the public's imagination more than a century after it sank. But the submarine disappeared in a remote area of the North Atlantic Ocean on Sunday. The sub was supposed to send out a ping every 15 minutes during its descent down to the Titanic shipwreck, and the entire voyage was supposed to take just about 2.5 hours. But contact with the Titan was lost approximately an hour 45 minutes into the trip. By the way, newly uncovered allegations suggest there had been significant warnings made about the vessel's safety during the submersible's development. But there are 5 people on board the Titan submersible, including Stockton Rush, the 61-year-old pilot and the founder of Ocean Gate Expeditions. Others on board include billionaire British explorer, a British-Pakistani tycoon and his teenage son. And according to some estimates, they could all be running out of oxygen today. This is if they're even still alive. But how exactly does this sub work? Well, the Titan is not a big submersible, nor is it designed for extended periods of time underwater or capable to travel to a port without help from another vessel, as naval submarines are. Because it travels so deep in the ocean, the submersible cannot use GPS and communicates through a text messaging system. It's piloted with a video game controller, which is not as weird as it sounds. Even the US Navy uses Xbox controllers to operate the photonic scopes that replaced periscopes on submarines. But critically, the Titan submersible only has about 96 hours of oxygen reserves on board. That means that as soon as the vessel went missing, the clock started ticking on remaining life support. Even if the sub were able to resurface on its own, the passengers would be stuck inside until help arrived, since the hatch is closed from the outside and sealed shut with about 17 bolts. As far as the search and rescue ops are concerned, OceanGate contacted the Coast Guard after it lost touch with the Titan on Sunday afternoon. This kicked off what has become an international rescue effort on the water and in the air, with US, Canadian and French authorities involved, as we've been covering. But why exactly is it so difficult to explore the deepest parts of the ocean? You're probably familiar with how 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean, but its depths are a much bigger mystery. As per official reports, less than 10% of the world's ocean depths are mapped with sonar. So while we know where the oceans are and their surface is mapped with satellites, the depths are still just about roughly estimated. In fact, some experts say we have a better understanding of Mars geography than we do of the oceans. To identify objects in the very deep parts of the ocean, researchers are left to use sound waves, which can travel through water much more accurately via sonar. As for the rescue, the OceanGate submersible only has sonar to rely on, and that's if their technology is still working.
Some very crucial hours ahead for that. For now, time for a short break.
ये है Hello. Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
That informs
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
That informs
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
And as the flood situation in Assam worsens, there is rain on the radar for Delhi NCR region as well as Uttarakhand. For the latest weather forecast, let's go across to Divya Badwa.
Let's get your check on the situation as far as Assam is concerned. The flood situation has worsened, especially in the Nalbari district, which has affected 45,000 people. They have come under the impact of the flood situation. 108 villages under 6 revenue circles of Lower Assam district are currently underwater following torrential rain in the past few days. Assam and neighbouring country, Bhutan, the water level has risen above the danger mark, and that has inundated areas around. So about 1.2 lakh people have been affected in the state in 20 districts, and this is on account of the kind of rainfall that's been noted in the last few days. When we talk about other areas where the impact is being felt, well, in Buxa, 26,000, over 26,000 have been affected. In Lakhimpur, about 25,000 people have been affected. 15,000 in Tamalpur, and close to about 4,000 in Barpeta. 14 relief camps have been set up. In the last 24 hours, 1,280 people have been evacuated from flood-hit areas. 7 bridges, 72 roads and 4 embankments have been damaged. Over 1 lakh domestic animals and poultry have been impacted by the flood situation in Assam. Let's just listen in to one of the victims of the flood situation in Assam. And Delhi woke up to light rain, and that's expected through the course of the weekend going into next week as well. So we have the temperatures which are all set to change, and coming in at 37.6 degrees today. That's 1 degree off the mark. But as far as the coming days are concerned, the temperature could go down to about 37 to about 36 degrees starting next week. So that's the change in temperature, and that's because the kind of rainfall that we're expecting, they're only going to be light in nature, but they're going to continue over the next few days. When we talk about above normal temperatures, on the other hand, we have Sri Ganganagar, which is the hottest part of the country, coming in at 43.7, 2 degrees more than it should be for this point in time. Chandrapur in Vidarbha, where the temperature is 8 degrees off the mark. Raipur at 41.6 is also 8 degrees more than it should be for this point in time. Jharsuguda coming in at 7 degrees warmer than usual, 8 degrees in Amravati, and then we also have Varda, where the temperature is touching 41 degrees. It should be about 35 for this time of the year. Adilabad, the temperature is 41 as well. Gaya is 40.5. Then we have Ambikapur coming in above 40 degrees, when Nizamabad is touching almost 40 degrees. So is the situation in Hyderabad.
and that is the temperature there is in fact 6 to 8 degrees more than it should be for this point in time. Heatwave conditions have been prevailing in Vidarbha, in Chhattisgarh, in Odisha, in the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, as well as now also in the eastern part of Madhya Pradesh and Telangana. And that is because monsoon has been stalled for many days now. The Met Office is very hopeful, saying that it will move. It remains stationary. If you can see, there's been no movement whatsoever. Central parts of the country and the southern parts of the country should have been completely covered by now, and monsoon should have been making its way towards the northern part of the country, but that hasn't happened. Even now, when the monsoon will move, it will only move from the Arabian Sea branch, and it is going to move into the state of Bihar as well as Gangetic West Bengal, in towards Odisha, and it's going to move and make its way towards the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. That is what is expected. But heatwave conditions have been prevailing in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and there have been two states which have been affected by heatwave. It's Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. But the approach has been very different as far as the two states are concerned. One state, that's Uttar Pradesh, has denied any heat-related deaths as far as the state is concerned. But on the other side, we have Balia in Uttar Pradesh, where 70 heat-related deaths were reported. Then we have Bihar, which has taken responsibility as far as the deaths are concerned, and where we have seen 50 deaths that have taken place in the last 24 hours on account of the heatwave situation there.
The much required rain will definitely prove to bring some respite. That's all we have for you in this bulletin. Thank you for watching.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। सवाल उठे, एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली गैस सब तक कैसे पहुंचेगी? हमने पहुंचा दी। कहा तो ये भी गया पैकेज फूड बिजनेस हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन हमने कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informed.
Hello and welcome. Some breaking news coming in on the Prime Minister's US visit, and on the second day of the state visit, a lot of exciting news about the mega deals that are being signed between India and the US in defense, technology as well as space. But first up, let's get you the news on the deal that's being signed on space. And this is according to what we're hearing, that the White House has said that NASA to sign Artemis Accords and send a joint mission to the International Space Station. So India to sign this deal, and NASA and ISRO to sign this deal and send a joint mission to the International Space Station. For more on this, let's go across to Vishnu to get more details. And Vishnu, it's going to happen very soon. By next year, a joint space mission could take place.
Well, Gargi, this is absolutely landmark. It's one among so many landmark deals that we are seeing between India and the United States. Essentially, if it does happen, and it is according to sources that we are now willing to report, that India and the United States are going to announce a very major space deal which will involve Indians traveling to the International Space Station. It will also likely include India signing on to the Artemis Agreement. What exactly is the Artemis mission? Well, it is something which NASA is looking at very closely. It aims to get a person of color onto the moon, onto the surface of the moon, and to ensure that there's a permanent habitation of the moon and that this habitation is done robustly. Now, that can happen only through international cooperation, which is what Artemis aims to promote. But more than anything else, what Artemis is also looking to do is to establish international guidelines, the rules, the laws for exploration of outer space and the peaceful use of outer space. Now, this is important because, remember, Russia and China have their own independent space programs, very, very robust space programs. If anything, Russia has been the leader in space exploration technology, space technology in so many different areas. But what Artemis seeks to do, and India is signing on Artemis most likely, is that you are aligning yourself more in a sense with the international protocol identified by NASA and the United States. And this is very, very important indeed. It comes at a time when China has invested very, very heavily in their own space missions, their own space program. They've got their space station over there. They've landed a rover on the planet, on the surface of the moon, I should say. They've got their own launchers, etc., etc. India's ISRO is absolutely outstanding, and there's real potential over there. But in order to make that big jump from being a rocket manufacturer or a satellite manufacturer to being one among the major space powers, getting an Indian astronaut into the space station or be involved in a mission to the moon or elsewhere in the future, you do need to tie up with NASA. So this is an important first step. There are various agreements with NASA already, but this is the major one. And I think to actually see an Indian in the International Space Station would be very, very welcome news indeed. Well, we've got one of the finest scientists in NASA joining us now on the phone line, Dr. Amitabh Ghosh. He's been very, very closely involved with NASA missions to Mars. Wonderful to have you, Dr. Ghosh. Your first thoughts on what we are now reporting, that there likely be an Indian in the International Space Station, and that India will likely sign on to the Artemis Accord?
So both are very important developments. You have to understand the Artemis Accord is kind of the legal framework to operate in space. And so this replaces a previous generation much antiquated legal structure. So, you know, if you want to participate in space, you kind of have to have some rules of engagement, from containment to respect of each other's landing sites. It's very common sense, neutral set of rules. But, you know, it's a very important step before you can go into further collaboration. There is legal risk, there is liability. So all this is very welcome. There are a lot of nations which have signed and a lot of nations that are thinking of signing. But I don't think it's a political thing. It's just it's a set of rules.
Right.
And about the International Space Station, the International Space Station is a framework before we go off to another heavenly body like the moon or Mars. So it's very important to learn to live in space. And so NASA has one, and there is talk of private space stations. China has their space station. So it's just 250 miles above Earth, but it's a very important place to experiment before you go further. So Elon Musk's company will start space tourism flights. They've already have started. So it's a very important development for India to be involved in this next frontier.
All right, Dr. Ghosh, wonderful to speak to you, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you later on today as well on the significance of this. We are reporting this at this stage on the basis of sources. We expect a final agreement to be announced in terms of a joint statement or something more specific. India and the United States getting into more profound sharing and a more profound agreement in the sphere of space than we've seen ever before. We likely have an Indian astronaut on the Indian International Space Station, and perhaps an Indian eventually on the surface of the moon. But prior to that, there are the Artemis Accords, which actually sets down a series of guidelines for the peaceful use of space and certainly maintaining a robust presence in the near future on the surface of the moon.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us with that. So extremely exciting, that this agreement is going to be signed, and several big agreements, mega deals between India and the US to be signed and to be announced on day 2 of the Prime Minister's state visit. US engine maker GE's announced the landmark deal already with India between Geo Aerospace and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Also, major drone deal is on the cards, and a top semiconductors maker will also be investing in India. So it's a big day in the Prime Minister's US visit today. He will also hold the bilateral talks. There will be his address to the joint Congress, and then a lavish state dinner as well. So several big deals are set to be announced there. NDTV's Maha Siddiqui sent us this report.
It's the most significant and a big day in the state visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States. And both sides will be sitting down for a bilateral meeting today. Ahead of that, let me quickly show you around the White House the preparations that have been put in place. As you can see, the executive wing adorns the flags of India and the United States. This entire stretch, like we even see in India when there is a visiting dignitary from any country, that their flags adorn the stretch in India of the Kartavya Path here. We are seeing that outside the White House as well. The Indian flag dotting this entire stretch. Now, what are we expecting today? A bilateral meeting between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi to last for 1 hour from 11 a.m. to 12 noon American time. Before that, at 10 a.m., there will be a reception for the Prime Minister. We are expecting a sizable number of people to have been invited for that, because remember, so many people cannot be accommodated for the state dinner. So there in the White House lawns, about 4,000 to 5,000 people is what we're expecting who have been invited for the welcome. After which the two leaders will step inside the Oval Office and have their one-on-one and a delegation level meeting, as the pattern of the bilaterals is, and certain crucial issues that will later turn into announcements, whether it's in the defense sector or the tech sector, space sector, will be made. We are expecting at least 2 big-ticket announcements in defense on GE and HAL joint production of jet engines, as well as on the purchase of drones. In the tech sector, we are expecting something around Micron on semiconductors, their manufacturing unit to come up in India. Apart from that, after which once the events at the White House are over here, there are expected to be before that possibly a joint statement, and then we can also look forward to a press conference as well. At least that's on the agenda at the moment, after which the Prime Minister will move from here for the address to the Joint Congress. With camera person AJ Joseph, this is Maha Siddiqui in Washington DC for NDTV.
All right, and there is the lavish state dinner for the Prime Minister today on the second day of his state visit. First Lady Jill Biden has curated a vegetarian dinner menu for Prime Minister Modi, as he's known to be vegetarian. And let's just take a look at what's on the menu.
A welcome like none other. What sets apart Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first state visit to the US is the eye for detail. From gifts exchanged to the meticulously planned menu for the grand state dinner, the warmth is apparent. First Lady Jill Biden, along with a team of world-famous chefs, have chalked out an exquisite menu that's also full of symbolism.
We hope guests feel as if someone has set that table just for them, because we have.
Prime Minister Modi is a vegetarian, and California-based chef Nancy Curtis, who specializes in plant-based cooking, is leading the charge.
We have curated a menu that really showcases the best in American cuisine, also then seasoned with Indian elements and flavors.
2023 is the International Year of Millets. The hardy grain grows across a large part of Asia and Africa, needs very little water for cultivation, and is a storehouse of nutrients. It offers the dual advantage of tackling the nutrition and climate change crises. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has emerged as an ambassador for a push to millet cultivation. Honoring his back-to-basics call on the nutrition front, millets are a prominent part of the menu for close to 400 guests. The first course would have marinated millet, grilled corn kernel salad, compressed watermelon, tangy avocado sauce, stuffed portobello mushrooms, creamy saffron-infused risotto, sumac roasted sea bass, lemon dill yogurt sauce, crisp millet cakes, summer squashes would be part of the main course. Rose and cardamom-infused strawberry shortcake is also on the menu. A fish course will be available for guests who prefer that option. Stone Tar Chardonnay Christie 2021, Patel Red Blend 2019 and Domaine Carnaros Brut Rose will be part of the menu too. And it isn't just the menu that's special. From the decor to the entertainment, peacocks to the tricolor, the India-America Connect is distinct.
After dinner, we'll have the opportunity to hear one of our nation's incredible talents, Grammy Award winner Joshua Bell. His performance will be followed by Pen Masala, a South Asian a cappella group from the University of Pennsylvania, who are bringing a little piece of my hometown to the White House, along with songs inspired by the sounds of India.
The inspiration for our design really began with the peacock, India's national bird. From the invitations to the programs to the pavilion, we wanted to evoke that breathtaking feeling when it extends its tail, unveiling its colorful beauty, majesty, and strength. Green draping will flow from the ceiling, giving way to the tables cloaked in the saturated blues and greens of Indian silks falling onto a carpet of navy blue. The hues not only a nod to our guests, but also to our host, as blue and green are also two of Dr. Biden's favorite colors.
From the First Lady Jill Biden's hometown to a slice of India, the state dinner takes soft diplomacy a notch higher, cementing the close connect that India and the US share. With Maha Siddiqui in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, NDTV.
Brought to you by Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can...
Welcome back. Let's get you all the business news now. And markets swung between gains and losses to end lower after the Sensex hit a fresh record high in pre-open, while IT and PSU banks were the top losing sectors. Media and metal sectors advanced. Hiral Dadia with a wrap of all the market action.
After two consecutive sessions of close at record levels, we've seen profit booking that has come in terms of markets today. We did swing into, between gains and losses, and it was Infosys as well as Reliance that were the major drags on market. Nifty ended below the 18,800 mark, whereas if you see Sensex ended with cuts of almost 150 points. If you see Bank Nifty as well, that ended in the negative, but it outperformed the benchmark indices in trade. Overall, the mid-cap index declined and it actually snapped a 8-day gaining streak, and the breadth was pretty much in favor of the bears. As we know, the expiry is going to be truncated in a truncated week, so it's going to be interesting to see how traders actually react to it, and there could be some amount of profit booking that could continue. In terms of top gainers, you have the likes of L&T, TVS, Tata Steel, Bharti Airtel as well as the HDFC Bank, whereas on the losing end, you had Bajaj Finance, Tata Consumers, Tata Motors. In fact, Tata Motors, after hitting 7 years high, has started to see profit booking. Asian Paints and Britannia was trading under pressure. In terms of newsmakers, HAL, one of the newsmakers, GE and HAL will be making fighter jet engines in India as Modi wins a landmark deal. You had Fortis Healthcare was in focus, and they're looking to sell their business operations of the Fortis Hospital in Chennai for 152 crores. Sugar stocks were up in trade on the back of global sugar prices. Hindustan Construction jumped in trade after a 3.4% equity deal. RVNL won as well on the back of overall contract worth 281 crores. Delivery as well as Sansera Engineering on the back of a block deal were in focus. So overall, a lot of newsmakers in trade today, but clearly the markets were on a downhill, witnessing profit booking. Back to you.
Standard Chartered's Manpreet Gill expects the US to head into recession. While speaking to Neeraj Shah, he said the US recession will have a direct effect on Indian markets.
So at a top-down level, similar to our views across many major markets globally, we have a balanced view between the two. So in an asset allocation context, that's a neutral between equities and bonds, compared with a year ago when, of course, our big overweight was in equities. And I think there are a couple of different factors going into that, right? One is, if you could argue that if our US cycle view is right, whether it's now or it's delayed by 6 months, we do expect the US, to head into a recession. And we've seen in the past that does have a correlation to Indian financial markets as well. And that's the point in the cycle when bonds, high quality bonds, tend to do well. But more than that, Paul, it's also just where yields are today, right? So you don't necessarily have to be negative or have a view on equities to change, even if you don't agree with us on the growth slowdown. But, bond yields have come up a long way. Even shorter-term bond yields have come a long way, following the series of rate hikes over the past year. So in our view, that's changed the balance of risk versus reward. It's clearly improved the return outlook on that 6 to 12-month horizon for bonds. And that's why at a broad level, we think a balanced view today makes more sense. And then within equities, of course, a few more focused sort of sector picks as we hopefully ride this yield and eventually some capital gains if bond yields do come through, at least on a cyclical horizon.
Bharat Electronics rallied in trade after it received orders worth 5,900 crore rupees. The public sector defence unit received orders for 2 regiments of improved Akash weapon system. BQ Prime's Hiral Dadia spoke to BEL's Bhanu Prakash Srivastav. Listen in.
My first question coming to you is, firstly, in terms of the order win, a 5,900 crore order, if you could help us understand what are the order, what is the compilation of it, and what would it mean in terms of the order book?
3,914 crore is from BDL, that is related to Akash Prime projects, which includes ground support equipment, surveillance and tracking radar, and seekers for missiles. And remaining are small orders like ground-based link system, communication systems, spares for EW systems. So all these smaller items taken together constitute around 1,900 crores or so.
Right. So with this order win, clearly it seems that we will be able to meet our FY24 guidance as well. We have a guidance of an order inflow of around 20,000 odd crores. This makes up for almost 30% of it, right?
Yes.
Right.
Definitely, we are going to meet whatever guidance we have given, 20,000 crore plus.
Cyient DLM, a unit of IT services firm Cyient, has set the price band for its 700 crore rupees initial public offering. The company has set a price band of 250 to 265 rupees a share for its IPO that opens for subscription on the 27th of June. BQ Prime's Sajid Mangat spoke to Cyient DLM's chairman. Listen in.
The first is on some of the debt that we have. We think we need a little bit more of a debt-free structure because that will allow us to invest for growth. The second thing is working capital. Like I said, the demand is very significant. Therefore, we will need working capital over the next few years, which we will require to invest in or which we will require for growth. And the third thing is further investments, both in terms of SG&A. We see a few opportunities for us to invest aggressively, be it in sales, be it in leadership, be it in technology systems and processes, but also a few small investments that we will need to enhance our capabilities. So it's these three things: pay off some debt, use for working capital, and third thing is investments into some of the levers for acceleration of growth.
Now, it's been a lost summer for white good manufacturers. Rising prices and unseasonal rain dented demand for fans, ACs and even refrigerators. Sesa Sen joins in with the details.
Yes, that's right. The makers of cooling products such as fans, ACs and refrigerators have cut down production by as much as 35% as they're struggling with unsold inventories. Now, while the high base of the previous year and inflation are partly to be blamed, this year there is one more dampener, that is unseasonal rains. Now, erratic rainfall throughout April, May and the first half of June dented demand, especially in the North India, a region that accounts for about 40% of the overall summer sales. We spoke to several companies, dealers and retailers to understand the on-ground situation. Most of them said that like last year, they had anticipated another year of good sales. However, the summer of 2023 has been predominantly bleak, with some companies even labeling it as one of the worst summers in several years. Of course, excluding the COVID years. Nilesh Gupta, director at Vijay Sales, anticipates a 20% decline in sales for the cooling products category during the first quarter until June 20. Analysts also agree. ICICI Securities, for instance, expects revenue growth for white goods manufacturers to remain weak in the April to June period. While the deflation of commodity prices may offer some relief to their margins, yet analysts expect the companies to invest their gains in increasing trade schemes as well as enhancing consumer offers to boost demand. While the summer season is nearing an end, it remains to be seen if higher promotions translate into robust sales in the months to come.
And with that, it's a wrap on all the business news.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story. But
Welcome back. Let's get you more on the Prime Minister's U.S. visit. The Prime Minister is on his first state visit to the U.S. and he was welcomed by the White House on arriving in Washington, D.C. And he gifted a handcrafted sandalwood box to the U.S. President Joe Biden and a lab-grown green diamond to the First Lady. The gifts were exchanged during the private dinner hosted by Joe Biden and Jill Biden for the Prime Minister at the White House. The Prime Minister also received a handmade antique American book galley from the Bidens and a vintage camera, among other things. Take a look.
In Prime Minister Modi's special sandalwood box for President Biden, a deep message of fine diplomacy. From the intricately crafted box for President Biden to a stunning homegrown diamond for First Lady Jill, India's rich diversity was on display in the White House today. While the sandalwood box was sourced from Rajasthan, it was the traditional silversmiths of Kolkata who crafted the Ganesha idol and the silver lamp. The Tamrapatra or the copper plate, meanwhile, was sourced from Uttar Pradesh. To mark President Biden's 80th birthday in ancient Indian style, Prime Minister Modi offered 10 danams or 10 donations made for the one who has seen 1,000 full moons after completing 80 years of age. So the 10 offerings made by the Prime Minister also reflect the cultural diversity of India. So let's start with the first offering made by the Prime Minister, and that was Godan, or a silver coconut that was made by Bengali artisans. So that was something that was procured from West Bengal. And moving now to Bhudan, or sandalwood for land donation, which was procured from Mysuru in Karnataka. And then moving to Tildan, or sesame seeds, of course considered auspicious, sourced from Tamil Nadu. And then Hiranyadan, or pure gold. It was a pure gold coin actually that was procured from Rajasthan. And moving now to Ayadan, ghee was sourced from Punjab. Vastradan, or hand-woven tussar silk cloth, which was procured from Jharkhand. Then moving now to Dhanyadan, which was a long grain rice that was sourced from Uttarakhand. And then Gurdan, which is basically gur or jaggery, sourced from Maharashtra. And then Dropidan, which was a silver coin, a pure silver coin, sourced from Rajasthan. And lastly, Lavandan, or salt, which was sourced from Gujarat. So all the offerings, in a sense, giving out the message that all these items were procured from different parts of the country. The Prime Minister also gifted a copy of the 10 Upanishads, translated by President Biden's favorite poet, William Butler Yeats, someone whom Biden has quoted from quite often. For First Lady Jill, the Prime Minister had a special 7.5 carat homegrown diamond made in India.
A lab-grown diamond mimics all the properties of a natural mined diamond. It has the same physical, chemical and optical properties. But this technology to grow diamonds has been around for a while. But now as it's gaining strength, and US particularly is a market which is big in accessorization at a price point. That's where I think lab-growns stand a big market. The messaging is fairly strong that India is right now at the world stage of manufacturing. Lab-grown is an alternate category. It's a good accessory category, which I feel will see a lot of traction both in India and abroad.
President Biden, meanwhile, gifted PM Modi a vintage American camera, an antique book galley, and a hardcover book of wildlife photography. With the exchange of gifts and a private dinner hosted by the Bidens, the stage is now set for key bilateral talks and hard negotiations between the close allies. With camera person Kanan Patra, Vedant for NDTV.
And more big news emerging from the Prime Minister's state visit. India and US are set to announce H1-B visa processing changes and open new consulates in a big step up in diplomatic ties. According to sources, the big ticket announcement set to be announced as Prime Minister Modi is in the US and honor the superpower reserves for its closest allies. And in fact, India currently has 5 US consulates, and the new one will be opened in Seattle. It will also cover Alaska, where India has a lot of interest, while the new US consulates will be opened in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad, according to sources. Well, for more on the Prime Minister's visit, it's over to Vishnu.
Well, across the last couple of days, Prime Minister Modi has been meeting several key officials in the United States, experienced people who've had a role not just in terms of transforming the relationship between India and the United States, but have been had a huge role in their own country in the United States. Joining us now, Dr. Stephen Klasko, advisor and general catalyst and a former president of Jefferson University. Thanks, Dr. Klasko, very much for being with us. How was your meeting yesterday with Prime Minister Modi? What did you talk about?
Well, first of all, it was a real honor to meet His Excellency, and what a great opportunity to talk about ties between the U.S. and India, especially as it relates to digital health. As you know, he's been a leader in the world around digital India. But what do we do with all that? How do we get healthcare out to where it's hard to reach? How do we get healthcare out to home? How do we take all the data that's come from digital India and start to make that actionable so people that normally don't get healthcare? How can we get people to get clinical trials from some of the more rural areas of India? And I just saw some of the great progress in things like H1-B visas. There's such a rich combination of science between Indian scientists and United States scientists that I've had the pleasure of seeing both in my venture capital world and in my being a CEO and president of one of the largest academic medical centers.
And
So
when you
it was
spoke to
just
the Prime Minister,
incredibly
how did he
exciting.
respond to you, Dr. Klasko?
You know, what amazed me and probably shouldn't have surprised me, having read many of his books, is just how versed he was in both the technology side and the health side. And he speaks a lot about One Earth, One Health. We actually had a good discussion about how climate change and health comes together and how that will affect people in India and the United States. I believe that based on the conversations that we and our colleagues had, there'll be a lot of increased opportunity for United States and India venture capital and digital health companies in AI and generative AI to really come to the fore.
And what is your big takeaway from this visit in terms of the reception that he's gotten in the United States? Do you believe that this visit takes that relationship, which has already been very strong, to an altogether different level?
I agree. I mean, between the meetings that he had with myself and my colleagues on health, and then International Yoga Day yesterday, which I had a chance to be at in the United Nations, the largest ever gathering of world people to do yoga. I think what this visit has done beyond solidifying ties is had people that didn't understand how important the relationship between India and the United States is really are starting to understand. I've had people call me because they know we've done relationships with KLE University in Belgaum and some work with Bangalore that said, wow, this could be such an amazing opportunity for health and technology and generative AI in a way that very few other countries could work with us.
All right, Dr. Klasko, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences and speaking to Mr. Modi. And yes, absolutely. The tech future between India and the United States is sound, and it stands to go from strength to strength. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Vishnu.
All right, well, returning to the news of big announcements being made and how India and US are set to announce H1-B visa processing changes. So that's something that's on the cards. Also, new consulates are being opened up. That's a big step up in diplomatic ties. Now, we're hearing that that there will be 2 new US consulates which will be opened in India. This according to sources right now, one in Bengaluru and the other in Ahmedabad. And India, in fact, a new consulate will be opened in Seattle. So this will cover Alaska, where India has a lot of interest. Well, let's go back to Vishnu for more on this. So Vishnu, that too is some new developments during the Prime Minister's visit, and an announcement is expected on new consulates.
Well, Gargi, it is very, very important because today has been a day when we are seeing one after the other in terms of agreements which have been reached. So, let's just go through them. Firstly, the jet engine deal that's been announced. It's an MOU at the moment. America is going to manufacture General Electric jet engines in India. They've not done that sort of thing, technology sharing with anybody else. That's number one. Number two, we expect to see an Indian astronaut in the International Space Station. India is likely to sign the Artemis Space Accords as well. We'll talk about that later on. But in the space in the area of space, there's been that huge development. Then, of course, semiconductors. Some would suggest that this could, in fact, be one of the biggest, if not the biggest takeaway, where leading American companies have been approached by Prime Minister Modi, and we're likely to see an investment of more than approximately $900 million by a leading American semiconductor manufacturer to come into India at a time when India really wants to ensure that semiconductors are built in India. We no longer have to rely on China, which has been the primary exporter of semiconductors to India. Then there's been a development as far as H1-B visas are concerned. Remember, a lot of Indian techies are in the United States on H1-B visas, and we believe that will be changed somewhat to ensure that when it's time to get a renewal of the H1-B visa, You don't need to leave the country to come back to India to start that process, which is what it is now. It's difficult. The opportunity and the option will be given to actually do that renewal process in the United States itself. And finally, Gargi, and this is all off the top of my head. I think I may be in my old age missing a couple of points, but there's going to be a new American consulate in Bengaluru, and there's going to be a new American consulate in Ahmedabad. India is going to open up a new consulate in Seattle. So an extension of that diplomatic presence. And, this is a sign of just how deep that relationship is.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for that. So a key day in the Prime Minister's state visit to the US, and today he will be addressing a joint Congress. There will also be that lavish state dinner for him and the bilateral with President Biden, after which some of these announcements will be made. Also a press conference. There will be one question each by an Indian journalist and an American journalist. We'll slip into a short break. More coming up after that.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires.
Welcome back. Now, tomorrow, a key opposition meeting will be taking place in Patna, but just a day before that crucial opposition meeting, which is on unity ahead of the 2024 election, now Aam Aadmi Party has threatened to boycott the meet if the Congress does not back its campaign against the contentious central government ordinance that aims to reshape Delhi's administrative services, and has also threatened to boycott all future opposition meetings. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal has been going across the country meeting opposition leaders. There you can see some of those meetings he held in getting support against this ordinance and the controversial ordinance by the centre regarding the position and postings and promotions of top bureaucrats. So the Aam Aadmi Party really throwing that ultimatum regarding the Congress support on it, or the Congress making it stand clear. Let's listen into what the Congress's reaction is, and Delhi Congress leader Sandeep Dikshit has hit out.
अभी जो अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपना फिर एक नाटकी बयान दिया है कि कांग्रेस अगर अपना रुख साफ नहीं करेगी ऑर्डिनेंस के इशू पे, तो कल विपक्ष की होने वाली एकता मीटिंग में वो पटना नहीं जाएंगे। पहली चीज तो मैं केजरीवाल जी से कह दूं, अंग्रेजी में कहा जाता है ना कि आपको कोई मिस नहीं करेगा, आप जाए ना जाएं उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। और हम लोग तो पहले से ही जानते थे कि विपक्ष की एकता को तोड़ने के लिए और उसकी मीटिंग में ना जाने के लिए आप तो केवल बहाने ढूंढ रहे थे, क्योंकि ऊपर से आपको आ गया होगा हुक्म कि न जाना। अगर ऊपर से आता तो आप फट से पहुंच जाते। देखिए, एक और चीज मैं बता दूं केजरीवाल जी, ये नेताओं की, राजनीतिज्ञों की और उन लोगों की जिनको देश की चिंता है उसकी मीटिंग है पटना में। सौदेबाजों की मीटिंग नहीं है कि मैं ये सौदा करूंगा, मुझे ये मिल जाए, मुझे वो मिल जाए। इस तरीके की बहुत हल्की राजनीतिक दलाली की आपको आदत होगी, कांग्रेस को इन चीजों की आदत नहीं है।
Aam Aadmi Party has given an ultimatum for the Congress party to make it stand clear on the Delhi ordinance during this particular meeting. So according to our sources, Aam Aadmi Party will be raising this issue as the first issue in the grand opposition meeting that is planned in Patna tomorrow. So what we are being told is that Aam Aadmi Party wants Congress party to make it stand clear whether they would be standing with Aam Aadmi Party and other opposition parties in order to oppose the ordinance or the bill that would be placed in both the houses of the parliament, both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. So that's where they want Congress party to make it stand clear in this meeting itself that they would be opposing the ordinance. And what we are being told is that if at all the Congress party is not making it stand clear, and that's where Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they will not be part of any of the coalition that the Congress party will be part of. So that seems to be the issue that the Aam Aadmi Party wants to corner Congress in this particular meeting. So what we are being told is that the Congress party has also consulted both its Delhi unit and also its Punjab unit on this very issue. Whether a Congress party can stand with Aam Aadmi Party in such issue is something that the Congress party is still consulting with its state units. But the Aam Aadmi Party has given an ultimatum that Congress party has to make it stand clear. If at all if they are dilly-dallying, if at all if they are not coming clean or making it stand clear, and that seems to be the issue that the Aam Aadmi Party will be raising, and then they would be walking out of the meeting. So it all depends whether the Congress party will give an answer to Aam Aadmi Party's question tomorrow, because Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress party president, and also Rahul Gandhi will be representing Congress in the grand opposition meeting. So it all depends on what kind of answer that these two leaders will give. That will decide whether Aam Aadmi Party will be part of this coalition or not.
And this as preparations are on for the key opposition meeting. A host of opposition leaders from nearly 20 parties are set to attend this mega meet in Patna tomorrow at the invitation of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, whose renewed efforts to showcase opposition unity in order to take on the BJP ahead of 2024 elections. Now, Mamata Banerjee has said she cannot talk right now, that discussions in the meeting though will be good, and NDTV also spoke to JDU leader KC Tyagi.
I cannot give you this reply right now because tomorrow is a meeting. Let us discuss the meeting. Whatever they will discuss, I think discussion will be very good and collectively. So I cannot comment about it. But I feel that public of the country, to save the country from disaster, all the people collectively we will vote against BJP.
देखिए, एनडीए से बाहर आने के बाद नीतीश कुमार जी ने स्वयं घोषणा की थी कि मैं अब सारे विपक्ष को इकट्ठा करके भाजपा के विरुद्ध एक सार्थक और बहुमूल्य मोर्चा बनाने का प्रयास करूंगा, जो 2024 के चुनाव में चुनौती दे सके। जिस समय वो बाहर आए थे उस समय माहौल भिन्न था। एक गठबंधन गैर कांग्रेसी गैर बीजेपी बन रहा था जिसका नाम था थर्ड फ्रंट, जिसमें अखिलेश यादव भी थे, ममता बनर्जी भी थी, केजरीवाल जी भी थे और केसीआर भी थे। नीतीश कुमार ने सबसे पहला काम जो किया है वो उन्होंने थर्ड फ्रंट की जो अनुपयोगिता थी उसको बताया कि बगैर कांग्रेस पार्टी के कोई सार्थक विकल्प नहीं बन सकता है। तो नीतीश जी की एक तो ये है कि उन्होंने थर्ड फ्रंट को फर्स्ट फ्रंट में चेंज कर दिया। दूसरा, जो 23 तारीख की मीटिंग है उसमें उन तमाम ताकतों को, मुख्यमंत्रियों को, पार्टी अध्यक्षों को इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं जो लगभग 450 सीटों पर प्रभावी हैं और जहां 1 against 1, दैट इज द नीतीश फॉर्मूला ऑफ अपोजिशन यूनिटी 2024, 1 against 1, तो लगभग 450 सीटों पर हम लोग 1 against 1 करने में कामयाब होंगे।
तो आपको लगता है कि ये जिस तरह की भूमिका उनकी रही है, अभी हरकिशन सिंह सुजीत एक वक्त विपक्ष को एकजुट करने की एक धुरी के तौर पर उभरे थे, नीतीश कुमार आपको लगता है एक संयोजक के तौर पे उभर रहे हैं विपक्षी खेमे में?
इस समन्वय का काम तो कर ही रहे हैं। आधा दर्जन पार्टियां ऐसी हैं जो कांग्रेस से दूरी बनाए हुई थी और कांग्रेस पार्टी मानती थी कि उसका स्पेस इन पार्टियों ने छीना है, तो उसके बीच में ध्रुव का काम तो इन्होंने किया ही है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आपको लगता है कि ऑफिशियली उन्हें एक कन्वीनर के तौर पर भी अपॉइंट किया जा सकता है?
नहीं, हम लोगों ने ऐसा ना कोई मांग की है, ना हम ऐसी इच्छा अपेक्षा रखते हैं, लेकिन भारत की राजनीति में जो भूमिका कभी जॉर्ज फर्नांडीज की एनडीए के बनाने में थी या कॉमरेड हरकिशन सिंह सुरजीत की यूनाइटेड फ्रंट बनाने में थी, लगभग वैसी ही भूमिका उनकी है और उनकी पार्टी के उनके साथी होने के नाते इस पर हम गर्व भी करते हैं।
Well, time for us to slip into a short break. More news on the other side. Stay with us.
Class on. Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now, and it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
Because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now, and it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Let's get you the latest from the Prime Minister's state visit in the United States. And it's the second day and it's seen several big ticket announcements already aimed at boosting ties between India and the US. So several mega deals in the areas of defense cooperation to space expeditions and even visa rules. So let's take you through some of those deals. And General Electric's aerospace arm has announced that it has teamed up with state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to make fighter jet engines for Indian Air Force in India. There's also a major drone deal that's on the cards, and a top semiconductors maker will be investing millions of dollars in India. There you can see Indians lined up outside the White House to greet the Prime Minister. And there you can see those visuals coming in from the lawns there, and the Prime Minister today will be holding the bilateral talks. There will be a press conference, we're told, where one question each will be asked, one by an Indian journalist, another by an American journalist, to the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden. There will be the Prime Minister's address to the Joint Congress that will take place later, and then the lavish state dinner for which preparations are underway. And there you can see a lot of excitement and a lot of NRIs and Indians there gathered outside. Let's take you through some of the other deals that we know of. India will also be joining the Artemis Accords, a US-led effort to send humans to the moon again by 2025. And this, we're hearing from sources, actually means, it could mean that an Indian astronaut would also be sent to the International Space Station. So very exciting announcements expected to be made. Also, India and the US are set to announce changes in the H1-B visa processing, which is very key. Remember, many Indians, many techies have H1-B visas, and The effort is to make it smoother for them, and they may even be able to renew them in the US. Also, new consulates will be set up. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Maha Siddiqui, who joins us from there. Maha, take us through all these, big announcements that are expected, and also what all is expected through the day.
All right, before I take you through the big announcements that we have managed to get by way of our sources, let's take a look at the crowds that have gathered here in the south lawn of the White House. There are about 4,000 to 5,000 people that we are expecting here to be gathered in the next 2 hours. That's when Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden will come in here for a reception in about an hour and a half from now on. It's 8:30 a.m. right now. 10 a.m. is when the reception starts, and this is the magnificent White House building just behind us. And these are the lawns, the south lawns, where the reception will take place. The time slotted for the reception is about 1 hour, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. American time, after which what we will see is the two leaders going into the Oval Office there in the White House. That is right there on your screens at the moment. Once they enter the Oval Office, then they will start discussions, and the announcements that we are expecting today will then be sealed. And after that, there is a press conference where these big announcements will be made. So let me take you quickly through the big announcements. We've already been talking about the two big announcements in defense. I think it doesn't require reiteration, but I will still point out to our viewers that it's going to be a very big deal if the GE HAL jet engine joint production is announced today, because that perhaps will pave the way for technology transfer in the defense sector, which hasn't happened in the past, and it's going to be very big and important for Make in India. Secondly, the purchase of drones by India. That's purely a buyer-seller relationship defense deal. After which, the other important announcements, and especially with regards to the visa issue. Remember, that has been a niggling factor between the two sides. H1-B visas for professionals, for which they have to travel back to India or a third country for its renewal. US is likely to make a policy change, do away with that. They can then get their H1-B visas renewed in US itself. That's going to streamline things in a big way for the professionals, because remember, during the pandemic, many of them were stuck in the US. They could not travel back to India because visa wait times were very long, and if they left visas, if they were staying in the country, then they were on the same status, which meant that people were not able to meet with their families for a long time. That is a big announcement that is likely to be made today. It's a policy change, remember. It's not something between the two countries. It's something that only the US has to do. But because it's a big issue, we are expecting it to be announced today in the White House and then included in the joint statement as well. Let's come down to consulates now. India is likely to open up a new consulate in Seattle. This is largely to split the work of the San Francisco consulate that has a huge geographical area to cater to. The work will be split between San Francisco and the Seattle consulates, and Seattle will take care of the Alaska work as well, in which India has a lot of interest because of the University of Alaska, which specializes in geology, also resources like oil. So therefore, interest in Alaska, and therefore we are seeing a consulate in Seattle catering to Alaska as well. On the US side, they will open up two new consulates in Ahmedabad and Bengaluru. Bengaluru already has an sort of a consulate that will now be a proper consulate. So there will be 6 consulates each for the US in India and for India in the United States. So we've spoken about defense, visas, consulates. Let's talk about tech now. Micron, the US company, is expected to open up its manufacturing unit in Gujarat. That big announcement is also expected today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday met with the CEO of Micron as well, apart from meeting the CEO of GE as well. So these are some of the big ticket announcements. Apart from that, in space, this is again a big one, a big announcement likely. MOU is expected between ISRO, that is India's ISRO, and NASA for a human flight by 2024. So these are the big announcements. Once again, taking you through the mood right here in the South Lawns of White House. Several people have already gathered here. and we are expecting about, as I pointed out, 4,000 to 5,000 people who are going to be present here for the reception. In the dinner in the evening, that's the state dinner, very few people can be accommodated there. So that list is going to be anywhere between 250 to 400 because that's the White House prerogative on whom they want to invite. Gargi.
All right, Maha, so you're getting us the excitement there at the White House, and a lot of those key deals that are in the offing and, you know, these key announcements, and especially of interest would be the H1-B visa rules that will be changed, etc. Also, tell us more about, you know, so take us through what the Prime Minister is going to be doing today on the second day of his state visit. There's going to be the address to the Joint Congress. There's going to be a press conference in which one question will be asked by an Indian journalist as well as an American journalist, and then of course that lavish state dinner, and you know, the kind of we've already got some information about the kind of food that is being prepared, and a special you know, a chef who prepares plant-based foods is there to organize that entire dinner. So a very big day today. So take us through, you know, once again today what's going to happen, and you know, the fact that he'll be addressing, the Prime Minister will be addressing the joint sitting of the Joint Congress.
Yes, that's absolutely right, and this is the second time that we will be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress, though there has been a little bit of controversy there, considering that a couple of Congress persons have said that they will not be attending that joint session. Their reservation is over human rights issues. But the Prime Minister, for the Prime Minister, for himself and for India, this is only the this is only the first time that a Prime Minister will be addressing the joint sitting of the Congress for 2 times, Gargi. So this is the second time that the Prime Minister will be addressing the Congress, and clearly the Congress wants to listen to the Prime Minister with regards to the vision that he has for India and how India and US ties can be improved. So clearly that is the idea that the congressmen have in mind, because of which this has been facilitated. Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, had in fact written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi inviting him to once again address the joint sitting of the Congress. That is going to be in the afternoon, Gargi, because before that what we are going to see is the bilateral talks for 1 hour, a reception in the morning as I was pointing out, after which there is the address to the joint session of Congress, and in the evening then the state dinner. State dinner is going to be special. After all, this is a state visit and only the third one in President Biden's tenure. President Biden has hosted the French President Emmanuel Macron, the South Korean President. The South Korean President's, in fact, visuals had gone viral, Gargi, because we had seen him singing the American Pie. So today, all eyes are on how special this state dinner is likely to be. Even in that state dinner, the invitees, though the list of course is not as big as what we are seeing right now. The South Lawns can of course accommodate a lot many people, and this is space is not being occupied because people are sitting down and eating. Everybody invited in the morning is just standing, waving flags and cheering on as the Prime Minister and the President come here. However, in the evening, the guest list will be anywhere between 250 to 400, and we are expecting quite a few Indian Americans as well participating in that state dinner. It will have a vegetarian fare, of course, because the Prime Minister, considering that the country that hosts the state dinner, in this case the US, takes a look at the cultural and the cuisine choices from the guest country and then includes it in the dinner itself. So that is going to happen. What we are also expecting perhaps is some celebrity chef, and we'll have to wait to see who that celebrity chef is going to be. That will be something that the White House would like to announce in that case.
Right. Maha, sorry, just before we let you go, because I think NDTV India also wants to speak to you, but it's 8:40 in the morning over there. Just again for our viewers, which side of the White House, these lawns that you are in, and where have all these Indians, the NRIs or Indian Americans, etc., they've all arrived there, they've been called there. Tell us a bit about the crowds there.
Yes, absolutely. So, as I was showing you around, this entire area, this is the south lawns of the White House. So, I'll just, for perspective, I'm going to tell my camera person to first show you the White House. That is the White House, that magnificent white building that we are seeing. And this is the lawn. This lawn is called the South Lawn. And what you're seeing here.
All right, Maha there reporting from the south lawns of the White House, and as you can see, a significant crowd of NRIs, Indian Americans have gathered there. It's around 8:45 in the morning there in Washington, D.C., and it is the second day of the Prime Minister's state visit to the U.S. He arrived in Washington, D.C. yesterday, where he was greeted at the White House by President Joe Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden. He had a private dinner with them. Gifts were exchanged. But today they'll get down to the work, and you'll have the bilateral taking place, as well as the Prime Minister's address to a joint sitting of the Congress, and then you'll also have the state dinner. There's also going to be a press conference, in the sense that they will be addressing the media, and one question each from an Indian journalist and an American journalist will be allowed. So today is when the Prime Minister gets down to work. As we said already, we've been bringing you the kind of announcements and mega deals that are expected today. You have various deals already having been announced, especially the General Electric Aerospace arm, which has announced that it has teamed up and it signed a deal with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to make fighter jet engines. There is a drone deal also on the cards, and a top semiconductors maker to invest in India, as Maha was telling us, Micron, that will be investing in Gujarat. India will also, there's a very interesting space deal, and NASA and ISRO are going to sign this space deal. India will be joining the Artemis Accord, a US-led effort to send humans to the moon again. And this also means that Indian astronaut is likely to go to the the International Space Station. You also have a very interesting on H1-B visas, that they're going to announce a new some changes in the processing, which will make it easier for Indian techies who are there, who are working on the H1-B visas. They can perhaps renew the visas right there. That's what we believe is going to be announced, that they don't have to return, and it'll be made a lot smoother. And also opening up of consulates, which is a big step up in diplomatic ties, and the US will open up new consulates. We've heard from sources in Ahmedabad and Bengaluru, while India will open up a consulate in Seattle. So that is also something that is on the cards.
I got to talk to the guys I know here.
So as we said, a very significant deal is going to be in the tech space for semiconductors, and Micron is going to be setting up, going to make significant investments in Gujarat. So why is this such a game changer, and why is this such a key deal? Let's take a look at this report.
They're everywhere, in our phones, in our cars, in our laptops, in every sensor, in pretty much all modern electronic items, from the most basic workplace appliance to the most advanced ballistic missile submarines. We take semiconductors for granted, which we shouldn't, because they are extremely hard to get and harder still to manufacture, which is why India's tryst with world-class semiconductor manufacture has to begin now, at scale, for our future economic growth. And that's one key deal that the Prime Minister is looking at during this visit to the United States.
Back in the old days, computers were huge, made up of tubes and dials. They were fragile. They used huge amounts of electricity. Semiconductor chips replaced these tubes. Machines became smaller, more efficient, sleeker, way more powerful. The industries that rely most on semiconductors are computing, microprocessors and graphic processing units in your computer, for example, telecommunications, the 5G device on your phone and your phone's display, household appliances, the temperature control in your air conditioner, for example, banking, digital accounting, cloud platforms, security, the CCTV camera in your home, healthcare, pacemakers and monitors in hospitals and elsewhere, and transportation, engine control systems for cars and the GPS maps that you use, also the manufacturing sector.
Now here is the problem for us in India. Our demand is huge and growing, but we lag in the semiconductor fabrication or FAB manufacture. We have a weak semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. China had been a top exporter of semiconductors to India, which is problematic since a denial regime or a slowdown in such exports can be weaponized, which is why India wants to make semiconductors for India and the world right here in our country.
Statistics till 2021 showed that China was the top exporter of semiconductors to India, followed by Hong Kong and then Vietnam. To get over the dependence on China and a handful of East Asian nations, in December 2021, the government cleared a whopping $10 billion package to boost the semiconductor industry. India needs a host of superconductor chips of different types to make India a global hub for electronics manufacturing. That manufacturing at the moment is dominated by just a handful of companies around the world. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, Intel, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and finally Micron.
In fact, it's Micron and another American company, Applied Materials, that the Prime Minister has invited to boost semiconductor manufacturing in India during his visit to the United States.
Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage. And again, congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on his excellent visit.
Micron's investment in India comes at a time when India's demand is projected to explode. According to the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, the India market will touch $64 billion by 2026. That's 3 times the 2019 size of $22.7 billion. In addition to Micron, Vedanta and Foxconn have also signed an MOU with the Gujarat government to invest 1.5 lakh crore rupees to set up a semiconductor and display manufacturing plant in India. But the deal is yet to progress. India, it seems, is keen to step up ties with the US on semiconductors, signing an agreement to establish semiconductor supply chains under the framework of the Indo-US Commercial Dialogue. The future of manufacturing for India's digital economy depends closely on how this works out. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
All right, so that's a look at one of the key mega deals there. But here are the visuals from outside the White House, and this is the lawns outside the White House where the Prime Minister will be arriving, and already we can see a huge gathering there of Indian Americans and NRIs and chants of Modi as well. And today is the big day when when Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden will really get down to business, and all these mega deals that we've been talking about will be announced. There will be the bilateral that will take place. The Prime Minister will address the joint sitting of the Congress as well, and then the lavish state dinner to which around 300-400 people are invited. That is the White House that will be doing the inviting, so it will be very interesting to see who all are invited for this state dinner, which is going to have vegetarian fare. But let's also talk more about the mega deals that are in the works. And let's go across to Vishnu for more on that, and lots of exciting deals, Vishnu, especially the space one. The signing of an agreement between ISRO and NASA and possibly an Indian astronaut on the International Space Station sounds very, very exciting.
But you know, Gargi, this is a fairly landmark visit. In fact, it's perhaps the most impressive visit by any Indian Prime Minister to the United States, not just because of the political friendship, the fact that both sides really want this relationship to progress, not just because Prime Minister Modi is going to be addressing the US Congress for the second time, the first by an Indian Prime Minister, but also in terms of the deals which have actually gone through or are in the process of going through. So let me just summarize what this visit is all about. Number one, a massive semiconductor deal. You saw that report of ours, an $825 million investment in India by Micron. That's one of the top 5 manufacturers of semiconductors in the world. Number two, the jet engine deal, where the American aerospace major, General GE Aerospace, General Electric Aerospace, is going to be opening shop in India in a deal with Hindustan Aeronautics to manufacture the GE 414 engine for use with the Tejas Mark II fighter and possibly India's future stealth fighter, the AMCA, as well. This involves a level of technology sharing which is unprecedented. America doesn't give this sort of technology to anyone. That's number two. Number three, as you mentioned, an Indian astronaut in the International Space Station, and India signing on most likely to the Artemis agreements. What is the Artemis agreement? Well, it is a convention which is established by NASA, which seeks to ensure that space and outer space is used for peaceful purposes, that there is a robust international cooperation to ensure a robust international presence on the surface of the moon. Artemis aims to send the first woman to the surface of the moon and also the first person of color to the surface of the moon. But it seemed to be a really big international effort involving international cooperation. India is likely to be a key part of that. Whether we'll have an Indian astronaut in space or not, we don't know, but there will be most likely next year an Indian astronaut in the International Space Station. Number four, new consulates in each other's country. So for all of these years, the United States never had a consulate in Bengaluru. Think about it. The cooperation in terms of just pure business between the United States and India, specific to Bengaluru and high-tech, meant that those in the high-tech industry in Bengaluru, among others, would need to travel to Chennai very often to get their visas. But now the United States is opening up a consulate in Bengaluru. They're opening up a consulate in Ahmedabad as well, and India is opening up a consulate in Seattle. So the diplomatic presence of both countries is very, very significant indeed. And then number five, H1-B renewal. Now, so many Indian techies and others who work in the United States work on H1-B visas. It's one of the most sought visas anywhere in the world by any community for entry into any other country. But when the H1-B visa needed to be renewed, people needed to come back to India to renew it. It's a long-drawn process. It was very, very inconvenient, and many would suggest that it didn't really make very much sense. If you're living in the US, you believe you have the right to remain in the US, then you should get that renewal process done in the US itself. That will now take place. And finally, a huge expectation of a $3.1 billion deal approximately for 31 MQ-9B drones, state-of-the-art drones manufactured by the American company General Atomics. General Atomics, not to be misunderstood with General Electric, which is doing the jet deal. But once these drones do come in, it's the most advanced drone of its class in the world, then you would have fairly unprecedented reconnaissance capability over the Indian Ocean and over the land frontier with Pakistan and certainly with China as well. So that's the substantive part, Gargi, of this particular visit. But as you've seen, the atmospherics are absolutely great. But this is very much what we see with Prime Minister Modi anywhere in the world. I mean, he's not just a Prime Minister. In a sense, he commands international respect, almost like a rock star. I mean, there are people lined up over there on the lawns of the White House waiting to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. When exactly is he going to be there? 7:30 p.m. is when he arrives at the White House for the arrival ceremony. Between 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. there's going to be a bilateral meeting at the White House. At 10 p.m., and this is very important, we do expect some sort of a press state. 10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. tonight is the joint press statement. That's when Prime Minister Modi and Joe Biden will be taking questions. Yes, I'll repeat that, they'll be taking questions. Now, our Prime Minister doesn't usually address press conferences, but it's a restricted affair. It's not going to be freewheeling, likely to be one question aside, one American journalist, one Indian journalist, but you will hear the Prime Minister, and perhaps there'll be references, several, to the joint statement mentioned by both sides.
I think there was a lot of negotiations between the India side and the US side on this question of the questions being asked at the press conference. Initially, they wanted 2 questions each, but then I think there was negotiations, according to what's coming in the US media, and it came down to one question each. But the White House calling this very, very significant that, there will be these press questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not very common for Prime Minister Modi to be at a press conference per se, but the fact that he's, and it does need to be stated that all White House press conferences involving foreign leaders are essentially regulated. It's not very often that it's a freewheeling sort of press conference. So it's not going to be that over here. Finally, Gargi, 12:15 a.m. early tomorrow morning to 2:40 a.m. Indian Standard Time. And our viewers can watch it all over here on NDTV. Prime Minister Modi's address to the joint sitting of the US Congress, the second time that he's addressing them. And finally, 4 a.m. our time, not 4 a.m. his time, state dinner at the White House.
It'll be interesting to see who all are invited for that state dinner. As you know, it's very limited, the numbers there, and that's something the White House has controlled the list. Well, we'll slip into a short break and return with more. But there you can see the visuals from outside the White House as crowds have gathered in the morning there before the Prime Minister arrives. In just an hour from now is when he will be arriving. And this is a key day of his state visit. Stay with us.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate.
Welcome back. Well, we're getting you these live pictures from the White House, where in under an hour from now, the Prime Minister is going to be arriving there. Already big crowds have gathered of Indian Americans and NRIs, and there are already chants of Modi, Modi that can be heard. Now, today is the second day of the Prime Minister's state visit in the US. Already big announcements have been made and some mega deals have been talked about, which will work in boosting ties between the two countries, and these range from areas of defense cooperation to space. NDTV's Maha Siddiqui is there, and she's been bringing us coverage of all the developments. So really, first we're going to have the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden hold the bilateral talks. There will be a brief, media address and questions also from the media, one each by an Indian journalist and American journalist. Prime Minister will be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress, and then there will be a lavish state dinner. Let's just listen in to Maha.
It's the most significant and a big day in the state visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States. And both sides will be sitting down for a bilateral meeting today. Ahead of that, let me quickly show you around the White House the preparations that have been put in place. As you can see, the executive wing adorns the flags of India and the United States. This entire stretch, like we even see in India when there is a visiting dignitary from any country, that their flags adorn the stretch in India of the Kartavya Path here. We are seeing that outside the White House as well, the Indian flag dotting this entire stretch. Now, what are we expecting today? A bilateral meeting between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi to last for 1 hour from 11 a.m. to 12 noon American time. Before that, at 10 a.m., there will be a reception for the Prime Minister. We are expecting a sizable number of people to have been invited for that, because remember, so many people cannot be accommodated for the state dinner. So there in the White House lawns, about 4,000 to 5,000 people is what we're expecting who have been invited for the welcome. After which the two leaders will step inside the Oval Office and have their one-on-one and a delegation level meeting, as the pattern of the bilaterals is, and certain crucial issues that will later turn into announcements, whether it's in the defense sector or the tech sector, space sector, will be made. We are expecting at least 2 big ticket announcements in defense on GE and HAL joint production of jet engines, as well as on the purchase of drones. In the tech sector, we are expecting something around Micron on semiconductors, their manufacturing unit to come up in India. Apart from that, after which once the events at the White House are over here, there are expected to be before that possibly a joint statement, and then we can also look forward to a press conference as well. At least that's on the agenda at the moment, after which the Prime Minister will move from here for the address to the joint Congress. With camera person AJ Joseph, this is Maha Siddiqui in Washington DC for NDTV.
All right, and with that, time for us to slip into a short break, but do remember to stay tuned in to our continuous coverage of the Prime Minister's state visit to the US.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on, with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
a debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can.
Welcome back. Well, let's now go across to NDTV's Maha, who joins us from the lawns of the White House, where a big crowd of Indians, Indian Americans, NRIs have gathered as the Prime Minister is going to arrive here within an hour from now for a key day in his state visit, and where he'll hold bilateral talks with President Joe Biden. But first, Maha, over to you and tell us about this crowd that's been gathered there for over an hour now, and tell us what's happening.
In fact, more than over an hour. One gentleman here in the crowd, he said that he came in here at 4 a.m. for an event that starts at 10 a.m. But, you know, there's security obviously around why. Credentials checked and then come in, and the size is also, the crowd is also quite sizable. We we were told that about 4,000 to 5,000 people is what is being expected in the morning for the reception. So you can see that these the crowds that have come have been split in the South Lawns in 4 patches. So one is, 2 of them are on the either side of the riser that has been put up for the media. And then right across, just next to the White House, I'd request my camera person to just pan and show it to you, Gargi. That's the White House that you can see, and on the right and the left hand side, again, 2 sets of people there as well. Meanwhile, in the center, we can see a stage, a podium has been set up, and there is a live performance that's going on. A violin player is doing a live performance. I'm not sure, Gargi, if you're able to see her, but yeah, so there's music, there is excitement among the crowd that have gathered here, and this is quite a beautiful setting, but the weather seems to be playing a spoil sport since yesterday. Yesterday, when the Prime Minister arrived at the Joint Base Andrews, there was a lot of rain there, Gargi, and it was actually getting very difficult for the camera persons to even film much of that. Today, again, the skies are overcast. The weather prediction says that there will be rains today as well. The entire day yesterday it was raining, sometimes just a drizzle, sometimes heavy rain, and now today it's at the moment it's just a drizzle, but there is prediction that by the second half of the day the rains could pick up. So despite the drizzle, people have gathered. I mean, had it been raining more, then this reception would have been difficult, because this is an open space, and there is no space house to accommodate so many numbers. Even for that matter of fact, the state dinner that will be held this evening in the White House, that state dinner the numbers are limited there between 250 to 400. That's the standard practice. But even for those numbers, there is no room in this White House that is big enough to accommodate so many people for a proper sit-down dinner. And therefore, even that will be held in the lawns here. But for that, tents will be put up, and then the dignitaries will be taken to the tents after they meet with the Prime Minister. That's how the procedure is, that the guest comes in, he's made to meet with all the people who have gathered for the dinner, and then the state dinner starts. State dinner is part of a state visit. It's considered very special. The menu, which we already know, includes a lot of vegetarian. This is because of Prime Minister Modi's food choices. Also, when there is a guest, then the menu is made in such a way that there are cuisines from the country that the guest is coming from that are primarily included in the menu. So, of course, we'll be seeing that as well. Usually, there is a celebrity guest as well, a celebrity chef as well. So, all those are small little elements that are included that make the state dinner a little more interesting. They make it, apart from the formality of the talks that one will see in the morning, the state dinner is meant to give it a little more, a space for the leaders to be a little more comfortable and easy with each other. Even yesterday, there was a private dinner here in the White House itself. That private dinner had only 4 people, President Biden, his NSA Jake Sullivan, Prime Minister Modi, and India's NSA Ajit Doval. And Jill Biden, along with Joe Biden, welcomed the Prime Minister, after which the 4 went in for a dinner. Now, as far as today's engagements are concerned, he will again be meeting President Biden, and we are being told, Gargi, that even tomorrow in the morning there could be an event where there will be a 3rd meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. So a couple of sources that I was speaking to, they say that this shows the extent of bonhomie and warmth, because the Prime Minister is here in Washington DC for 3 days, and on all the 3 days the President is making sure that he engages with him, meets him. So yesterday for the private dinner, today there are 2 events. First the reception bilateral meeting, and then in the evening state dinner, and tomorrow again in the early hours there could be some engagement where both the dignitaries will come together. So, Gargi, My camera person is panning, and you can just take a look at the number of people who've gathered. As I said, 4 to 5,000 is the count that we were given of the number of people who are going to come here. People holding the Indian tricolor and the American flag in their hand, waving it. The stretch outside the White House, pretty much like what we see on the Kartavya Path in India when there is a guest visiting. Their flags are put up similarly. India's flag along with the American flag dots the entire stretch of the White House. On the executive building, which is the office of the Vice President, Kamala Harris, just next to the White House. And if my camera person will just pan, that's the building, that side, and the front of that building has a big Indian and American flag also displayed, showing that the dignitary from India is visiting America. So yes, an air of excitement here, despite the weather, trying to play spoil sport in this situation. Most people braving out this slightly cold, wet weather, though Washington DC has been turn, and it's cold, windy and wet, but the event's going on as per plans.
All right, Maha, they're bringing us all the excitement there on the lawns of the White House ahead of the Prime Minister's arrival there. And as he gets down to business, he'll hold the bilateral with President Joe Biden. And then, the rest of the day where he'll address the joint sitting of the Congress. And there will be that state dinner here itself, as Maha was telling us, and a lot of interest in who all are invited, what that guest list is. Also interesting that Maha just told us that perhaps tomorrow as well, on the third day of the Prime Minister's presence there in Washington, D.C., there could be another meeting with President Joe Biden. Well, we'll slip into a short break and return with more. Stay with us.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and
Welcome back. Let's bring you these scenes from outside the White House just before the Prime Minister will arrive there, and it seems there's some sort of choir and there's singing underway. Remember, huge crowds have gathered there ahead of Prime Minister Modi arriving for the bilateral. Let's just listen in. You're there. So a choir there singing of young men singing on the steps there of the White House, and I think it's the sound system that's really the problem here. But before this we saw a young girl playing the violin, and crowds have been gathered there. Right now it's the morning hours there in Washington DC. It's around 9:30 a.m. And some of the crowds that have gathered there, an elderly gentleman even told our reporter Maha that he's been there since 4 in the morning. So huge crowds on the lawns there as the Prime Minister arrives, and it's also drizzling, so the weather playing spoil sport there. You can see everybody's umbrellas are out. The Prime Minister will arrive in around half an hour from now at the White House. He'll hold the bilateral with President Joe Biden, after which they will address the media. They will also take 2 questions from the media, a press conference of sorts, one by an Indian journalist, another by an American journalist. Then the Prime Minister will address a joint sitting of the Congress, a very rare honor because it's the second time that he will be addressing the joint sitting of the Congress. So very few have ever had this honor. Then there will also be the state dinner that will be taking place again on these lawns. We believe it will be between 250 to 400 people who will be there for the dinner, but it does seem like a rainy day there in Washington DC. Now already several deals have been announced, and in the areas of defense cooperation and space expeditions to visa rules. In fact, the visa rules is what will be very interesting for a lot of NRIs, and this will make it easier for Indians who work in the United States for them to renew their H1-B visas, and a small number of Indian and other foreign workers will be able to renew their visas without having to return to their country. So that will be a very, very welcome change for those who work, for a lot of the Indians who work in the US. Also, new consulates is also in the offing. There will be new American consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad, we're told, and another Indian consulate in Seattle. So that is also something that is going to be announced. So several key deals, mega deals. We've been bringing you that through the day and leaving you with these young men singing there. And remember to continue watching our coverage of the Prime Minister's visit in the US.
Brought to you by Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
a debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
Good evening and welcome. We continue to bring you our non-stop coverage of this all-important visit of the Prime Minister to the United States. In about half an hour from now, he arrives at the White House, where he'll be meeting US President Joe Biden, one among several visits which are planned. He's already met him once, and we are now told that there may be a third meeting as well at some stage tomorrow. But these are large crowds which have gathered on the lawns of the White House. They've been assembled over there for the last couple of hours, in fact, just to catch a glimpse of Narendra Modi as he comes to the White House. There's a lot of excitement over here. There's a lot of music as well. Quite a remarkable sight. But it's been a fairly landmark deal which has actually taken place, and we'll tell you why. India and the US on the verge or have concluded 6 key deals, details of which we'll find out about in an official statement later this evening. Remember, there will be a press conference as well, which the Prime Minister will address. Limited questions, one to Biden, one to Modi. But in terms of the deals, an $824 million semiconductor investment in India by the US company Micron, a jet engine deal for General Electric engines to be manufactured in India. There'll be an Indian astronaut on the International Space Station, perhaps in 2024. New consulates in each other's country. So Bengaluru and Ahmedabad for the US and Seattle for India. H1-B visa renewal. That process will be much more easy now for Indians who are already there on an H1-B. You'll be able to get that visa renewed in the US itself. You won't have to come back to India. And finally, what is not yet announced but widely expected to be announced, a deal up to $3.1 billion for 31-odd MQ-9B reconnaissance drone from the American company General Atomics, which would, revolutionize India's ability and our armed forces' ability to conduct reconnaissance missions in our across the China frontier and indeed out into the oceans as well. But first, let's quickly take a look at some of the important and key deals. What we need to look at first is semiconductors and the significance of the deal which has been announced today, and what exactly it means, because our digital economy, particularly manufacturing in the digital sector, is going to be completely transformed once India becomes a power hub of semiconductor manufacture. They're everywhere, in our phones, in our cars, in our laptops, in every sensor, in pretty much all modern electronic items, from the most basic workplace appliance to the most advanced ballistic missile submarines. We take semiconductors for granted, which we shouldn't, because they are extremely hard to get and harder still to manufacture, which is why India's tryst with world-class semiconductor manufacture has to begin now, at scale, for our future economic growth. And that's one key deal that the Prime Minister is looking at during this visit to the United States.
Back in the old days, computers were huge, made up of tubes and dials. They were fragile. They used huge amounts of electricity. Semiconductor chips replaced these tubes. Machines became smaller, more efficient, sleeker, way more powerful. The industries that rely most on semiconductors are computing, microprocessors and graphic processing units in your computer, for example, telecommunications, the 5G device on your phone and your phone's display, household appliances, the temperature control in your air conditioner, for example, banking, digital accounting, cloud platforms, security, the CCTV camera in your home, healthcare, pacemakers and monitors in hospitals and elsewhere, and transportation, engine control systems for cars, and the GPS maps that you use, also the manufacturing sector.
Now here is the problem for us in India. Our demand is huge and growing, but we lag in the semiconductor fabrication or FAB manufacture. We have a weak semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. China had been a top exporter of semiconductors to India, which is problematic since a denial regime or a slowdown in such exports can be weaponized, which is why India wants to make semiconductors for India and the world right here in our country.
Statistics till 2021 showed that China was the top exporter of semiconductors to India, followed by Hong Kong and then Vietnam. To get over the dependence on China and a handful of East Asian nations, in December 2021, the government cleared a whopping $10 billion package to boost the semiconductor industry. India needs a host of superconductor chips of different types to make India a global hub for electronics manufacturing. That manufacturing at the moment is dominated by just a handful of companies around the world. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, Intel, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and finally Micron.
In fact, it's Micron and another American company, Applied Materials, that the Prime Minister has invited to boost semiconductor manufacturing in India during his visit to the United States.
Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage. And again, congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on his excellent visit.
Micron's investment in India comes at a time when India's demand is projected to explode. According to the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, the India market will touch $64 billion by 2026. That's 3 times the 2019 size of $22.7 billion. In addition to Micron, Vedanta and Foxconn have also signed an MOU with the Gujarat government to invest 1.5 lakh crore rupees to set up a semiconductor and display manufacturing plant in India. But the deal is yet to progress. India, it seems, is keen to step up ties with the US on semiconductors, signing an agreement to establish semiconductor supply chains under the framework of the Indo-US Commercial Dialogue. The future of manufacturing for India's digital economy depends closely on how this works out. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, joining us now, Ambassador Arun Singh and Ambassador VB Soni. Thank you both very much for being with us. Ambassador Singh, in your opinion, is this the most substantive visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the United States in our history?
So I think there have been substantive visits by Indian Prime Ministers which have been path-breaking. I think Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit way back in 2001, or even in 2000, after President Clinton's visit, after the sanctions that had been imposed on India, was a very important visit. And then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's visit for the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement was again a very important path-breaking visit, because that opened up higher-level technology cooperation, which has brought us to this point. But what's happening now is, of course, the Indian Prime Minister is on a state visit, only the 3rd time that an Indian leader has gone to US on a state visit. He will be addressing the joint session of Congress for the 2nd time, and the first Indian leader and 5th globally to get that opportunity. But at this time, with this new initiative on critical and emerging technologies, in the framework which we are also seeing the semiconductor announcement that he spoke about. So with this initiative in critical and emerging technologies, I think is the next big thing that has happened after the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, enabling the two countries to move to even higher levels of technology cooperation. And you've seen, for example, the announcement related to jet engine technology, transfer of technology and production in India. Now, that was something that the US had never allowed earlier for India. So another signal that they're ready to do cooperation at another level. So if you package all that, then I would certainly say that building on the foundation laid earlier, the visit this time is path-breaking and taking the cooperation to yet another level.
Ambassador Soni, now that we have this level of cooperation between India and the United States economically, from a military standpoint, other areas as well, what's the future looking like?
I think, first of all, let me say that this has been a defining moment in our relationship, because in the past we have had some big major breakthroughs and various initiatives that have been taken. But I think present moment, things are changing geopolitically, and China's emergence and the possible threat from them, and more importantly, I think the supply chain disruption. Now, that is an issue which concerns not just India or US, but the entire world. So there has to be an alternative to that. And for that alternative power to come, I think India stands a very good chance with its background, with its 4th largest trained manpower, technological advancement in various fields, but we were lacking in certain areas in terms of getting the state-of-the-art technology, which is homegrown. So to my mind, I think a totally new vista will open up. There are no opportunities which are going to come up, because our manufacturing sector will get a boost with this import of technology and other assistance. And of course, along with that will come a huge amount of investment. And this augurs very well for the entire level of relationship. So to my mind, this is an excellent visit. And it's not a one-off. To my mind, it's just the beginning of many more initiatives that will be coming up in the near future. And for that, I think the initiative by the US government and, of course, our Prime Minister has to be commended. They are the ones who have taken it forward, but it has to carry on the work, because I think this is exciting.
Sure.
Opportunities are going to come up many.
All right. Well, you know, Ambassador Singh did refer to the jet engine technology deal. General Electric has announced it today, the Memorandum of Understanding. Why is this important? Well, jet engine tech is widely considered the holy grail of aviation technology. Very few countries have it and everyone wants it, which is why the US decision to transfer key jet engine technology manufactured by General Electric to India is a landmark deal. Here's a deep dive into why manufacturing these engines in India will be transformational.
Jet engine technology, widely considered the holy grail of civil and military aviation. This is the General Electric GE F414 engine, a cutting-edge jet engine that powers the F-A-18 Hornet, the US Navy's go-to fighter. This engine may now be produced by General Electric in India. In a multi-billion-dollar deal with Hindustan Aeronautics, with reports suggesting that America is willing to transfer key technology worth up to 80% of the value of the deal. It would power the LCA Mark II, an advanced variant of the Made in India Tejas fighter that you see here. The United States has never allowed the transfer of this level of technology to anyone.
State-of-the-art jet engines include components which are deeply intellectual property rights protected, with manufacturing processes that are top secret. The technology that India may get includes coating and machining of single crystal turbine blades. What exactly are we talking about? Consider this. Manufacturing components of jet engine turbines has always been a massive engineering challenge through the history of aviation. Jet turbines need to retain their shape, their strength, and their efficiency at temperatures up to 2000 degrees centigrade. Metal alloys used in older jet engines using conventional manufacturing techniques failed at the highest temperatures. They lost their thermal efficiency, which is why a handful of companies began to develop what they called single crystal turbine airfoils. Through profound chemical engineering of superalloys, single crystal turbine airfoils are able to achieve 3 times more engine life protection against corrosion resistance. Far, far lower overall weight. It's a lighter engine. A higher melting point temperature. This is absolutely critical. And massive engine life, much more than usual, up to 25,000 hours before an overhaul takes place.
For India, the deal will mean that GE will open shop in India in partnership with HAL at a new plant to introduce the manufacturing processes required to build not just single crystal turbine blades, but also other key components, including laser drilling for combustion, machining of powder metallurgy, and the manufacture of compression discs and blades. The GE 414 IN-6 engine, when it's built in India, will power not just India's indigenous Tejas Mark II fighter, but also the futuristic AMCA, or Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, a stealth fighter.
For the Indian Air Force, this will mean reliable and long-lasting jet engines. Russian engines in the past frequently needed an overhaul at a few hundred hours. Now you have engines which can be overhauled after several thousand hours. Engines which are lighter, more powerful, much more fuel efficient, and with the potential to be upgraded for future use. The benefits of all of this will be transformational for the Indian Armed Forces. Vishnu Shom for NDTV. All right, let's just go quickly across to some live images which are coming in from the outside the White House right now. This is just a couple of minutes before Prime Minister Modi arrives over there. Let's just take a look at what's happening.
You are? Okay. You talk to your neck and you're out. Can you move this way some? Okay, great. Yeah, no, it's okay. All right, cool, thank you.
tracking these pictures, have it up on the screens. But joining me now, Mr. R. Madhavan, the former CMD, the chairman and managing director of HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics, to talk about this huge jet engine deal. Sir, in simple terms, what does it mean for us?
It means that we have a jet engine which can be used across board for all varieties of LCA, and also for such acquisitions like the Navy's acquisition for onboard aircrafts. So this will be a common engine, as well as this also means that we can be a part of the global chain of suppliers for GE.
And sir, is the technology transfer as profound as you expected it to be?
Pardon?
Is the technology transfer as profound as you expected it to be?
Yeah, it will be profound because we will get new technologies. We learn about how to manufacture parts for which are of new generation materials, as well as the main part of the thing is, of course, the foundry part, as well as the what we call it surface treatments of the metallic parts, which can so that they can take up higher temperatures, are corrosion resistant as well as wear resistant. So these are the new technologies that we are looking at.
All right. And sir, can this technology be used in the future for our stealth fighter, the AMCA?
Yeah, what I expect personally is that from these technologies, we will be able to develop, that is the DRDO will be able to develop an engine in the 110 to 125 kilonewton range, which they are planning to. So this will definitely help us in acquiring those technologies, and I hope that GE will stand along with us to develop those engines in-house here. So finally, what we need, that India needs, is an aircraft engine of their own.
All right, so wonderful to hear all of this from you. It is a landmark deal. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Thank you so much indeed. Let's just go back now to all of these images of the White House coming in. Remember, Prime Minister Modi will be there at about 7:30. You've got that ceremonial reception all set to take place. It's a very, very busy day for Prime Minister Modi, and I'm just going to run through some of the other key aspects of what is expected today. Remember, there'll be a press conference as well later on today. But in terms of what we can expect going forward, there's going to be at 7:30 p.m. this evening the White House arrival ceremony. Then between 8:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m., Prime Minister Modi and the US President Joe Biden will have a bilateral meeting. So that's the business end over there. Lots of aspects of the relationship will be looked at. They'll be sitting across a table from each other. And then at about 10 p.m. India Standard Time, 10 to 10:30 p.m., there's expected to be a joint statement of the outcome of the visit and an interaction with the media. So there will be questions which will be asked, perhaps just one question, one from the Indian side, one from the American side, not a freewheeling press conference by any means, but we will get an answer from a Prime Minister to the question which is asked. Later on at 12:15 a.m. India Standard Time to 2:40 a.m. India Standard Time, and you can watch it all live over here on NDTV, Prime Minister Modi will be making his address to the joint sitting of the US Congress. It is, in a sense, one of the most important aspects. It is without a doubt one of the most important aspects of this particular visit, since it is the second time that Prime Minister Modi has been accorded this very rare honor of addressing the joint session of the US Congress, not once but on two occasions. And at 4 a.m. India Standard Time, which will be the evening for him in Washington DC, there'll be a state dinner where he meets President Joe Biden once again at the White House. Tomorrow is also going to be a fairly busy day. There's going to be an India-US high-tech handshake event at the White House tomorrow. There'll be a State Department luncheon. There'll be business meetings. There'll be an event at the Kennedy Center, a community event. So, and then finally the Prime Minister departs. He is not coming back to India immediately. He's going to Cairo, Egypt. But for now, let's just listen into what's taking place.
Brought to you by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
Welcome to our special show on Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the United in the south lawn of the White House. What you're witnessing right now on your television screens is called the State Arrival Ceremony. You can see the bands are playing. There is and they are all waiting for the dignitaries to step out of the White House, and then there will be a guard of after which both dignitaries are expected to make some short statements. Since there is a large gathering that has been invited, so about 4,000 to 5,000 people, there is a possibility that the Prime Minister might step out and meet some of those people. However, all of these, if the weather holds, at the moment it's not raining, if that holds, then the Prime Minister will meet. So security vans are pulling in. We can see, in fact, the ceremony there starting, but in a short while from now, we'll be able to see both Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. we are able to.
All right, we're going to connect with Maha in just a short moment from now, facing some trouble with her connection. Why exactly is this very, very significant and important? Not just for India, for the United States as well. We're going to talk about all the aspects. We're going to go back to Maha in just a short moment. But we also have the Voice of America White House Bureau Chief, Patsy, with us. Thank you very much for joining us. As far as the United States is concerned, Patsy, why is this relationship being treated as extremely significant? I can understand the Indian perspective, we've been reporting about it, but what's the view in the United States?
Well, from the Biden administration's point of view, there are at least two reasons why they are treating this visit as a very important visit. I mean, even the term official state visit is distinctive. Usually prime ministers are given official visits, not state visits, which are reserved for, presidents and monarchs as heads of state. But for Prime Minister Modi, the term is official state visit. And there are at least two reasons. Number one is to support India's defense capabilities as a counterbalance in the region against China, and number two, to wean off India from Russian weaponry. And as we can see, this is all geopolitical reasons. There's geopolitical interest for the U.S. to ensure that India and the United States have a firm and deepened relationship. But obviously, from the Indian point of view as well, the U.S. has been the country that has been very instrumental in terms of India's transformation, both in terms of defense, both in terms of emerging and critical technologies. Just a few weeks ago, there was this big ISET initiative on critical and emerging technologies that India is very keen to be part of. The U.S. also wants to make sure that India is strong there in order to diversify supply chain away from China. So those are at least two big geopolitical strategy reasons why India and U.S. relationships are very important for the White House.
Yes, Patsy, I'm sure there may be a lot of concerns that have been raised. You must have heard about how China has responded. We've also seen extremely strong words being used by Mr. Biden for the Chinese, calling their leader a dictator. Obviously, that is one country which is very keenly watching and closely watching this development. Beyond the use of that word, dictator, how exactly does the United States look at its association with China vis-a-vis this meeting?
Well, clearly it is a geopolitical balancing act, right? I mean, for the U.S., it's clear from the Biden administration, it's clear that that China presents the biggest threat geopolitically in the region as well as in the world. And, this whole idea of being able to manage relationship with Beijing is something that the administration says over and over is key to the success of their foreign policy. And this is something that obviously many countries in the world want, because they do not want to see conflict. They do not want to see this rivalry between the U.S. and China veer off into conflict. But again, sometimes it's a bit of a head scratcher, particularly what President Biden said in terms of referencing President Xi Jinping as a dictator a day after his Secretary of State Antony Blinken was visiting Beijing to provide guardrail to establish communications and to improve relations between the two countries. So this is a little bit of a curiosity, and a lot of people have wondered why President Biden said that. Was it intentional, or was it more of an off-the-cuff remark? The White House has not walked it back. They sort of, doubled down and said that it should be no surprise that there are differences between the U.S. and China in terms of autocracies versus democracies. Now, it will be very interesting to see whether that framework of autocracies versus democracies is something that will be underlined or highlighted by the Biden administration in terms of Prime Minister Modi's visit. I mean, we know already that, the whole idea of these relations between two largest democracies has been underlined by Indian officials during their visit. But we also know that there's a lot of issues about human rights that American activists are concerned about, but the White House had said that's not going to be the focus of this visit. They're sort of willing to overlook that because of those more important strategic interests that we have discussed earlier.
All right. Do stay on with us, Patsy. I believe my colleague is now back with us. Maha, it's over to you.
Many thanks, Sanket. The colourful welcome ceremony is on over here, the state welcome ceremony. You can see those people behind me. But let me go across to former US Ambassador to India, Ambassador Timothy Romer, who is also joining us here. Sir, we are here right in the White House. The ceremony is on. In a short while, we'll be able to see Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. But all eyes are really on the big takeaways, because they will speak volumes about where this relationship is going. What do you believe will be the most significant sector of engagement? Will it be defense, technology, or people-to-people issues? For instance, we understand that there could be some relaxation in H1-B. Ambassador Timothy Romer, are you able to hear me, sir? All right, we'll just try to figure this out, whether Ambassador Romer is able to hear us. All right, we'll try and fix that line with Ambassador Timothy Romer. He's here with us on the show, but we need to fix that line so that he's able to hear us. But for the moment, what you can see is that the state welcome ceremony is taking place. The dignitaries are, the senior officials are all here. There is a band. There will be a 19-gun salute. Prime Minister Modi has well now to a large applause from the people, largely from the Indian community who are here for the reception. All right, Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the White House. In fact, in a short while from now, the function will get underway. This is the reception. It's slotted for an hour, where we can also expect Prime Minister Modi and President Biden to make some short statements. The weather at the moment is holding, so there is no drizzling as well that is happening. So it is quite likely that the Prime Minister may just step out a little bit from the stage and meet a few people who are around now. Both the dignitaries have reached the stage, and we'll be able to, in fact, even hear them shortly. In a short while from now, the Prime Minister dressed in a white kurta pajama with a sky blue jacket. President Biden there dressed in a formal suit with a tie. Both the dignitaries on the stage, and in minutes from now, I suppose the first event that will be the 19-gun salute. This is part of the state reception or the state visit. You can see the state. Here you can hear the gunshots there, the 19-gun salute. You'll be able to see the white plumes that Patsy, who's joining us here. Patsy, we can see both the dignitaries on the stage, the ceremony underway, a 19-gun salute has happened. But what are the big takeaways from the American side, Patsy, if you can help us understand that they are looking at? From the Indian side, defense, tech partnership, the H1-B visa issue, all these issues are big. What is America looking at this? How is America looking at this visit in terms of takeaways?
No, those are the big deliverables that you have just mentioned. In terms of tech and defense, there's this agreement by the General Electric where that American company will joint produce engines for Indian jets. There is the whole drone purchase. Of course, this will be used to surveil the border between India and China as well as Pakistan. So these are really, really big deliverables coming out as a function of ISET, and also in effort of supporting Indian production of weapons. Again, to wean India off Russian weaponry, this is something very important. I think the US understands that India, Prime Minister Modi's government has been reluctant to criticize Russia in terms of its invasion on Ukraine. And so this is something that I think the US side will not be pushing too much, but obviously the whole issue of supporting Ukraine from India, not just India, but also the global South, will be discussed. And in fact, in just a few days, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who was just in India a couple of weeks ago, will be again meeting with his Indian counterparts as well as counterparts from Brazil, India, China, and Turkey, you know, the so-called BRICS countries plus Turkey, the global South, in order to shore up more support for Ukraine. So that's definitely something that the Biden administration wants to lean on the Modi government in order to be able to broaden support for Ukraine. But you know, other than those geopolitical issues that we've been discussing, I think you can hear and you can hear the report from your colleague there, who's on the other side of the White House. I'm on the north lawn of the White House. Your colleagues on the south lawn, where all the action is happening. And let me just describe to you what the situation was like here at the White House this morning. I have never seen so many foreign press before. I think the Prime Minister brought something like 60 or more people, foreign journalists, foreign press with him. So definitely a big audience.
All right, Patsy,
of course, the Indian American diaspora.
Yes, as well.
You can hear
Ambassador
their
Timothy
noise,
Roma, John Chambers, and Umesh Sachdev. But let's listen into what President Biden is saying now.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Welcome, Mr. Prime Minister. Welcome back to the White House. I've long believed that the relationship between the United States and India is will be one of the defining relationships of the 21st century. Two proud nations whose love of freedom secured our independence, bound by the same words in our Constitution. First three words: we the people. The enduring ties and shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together.
स्वागत है प्रधानमंत्री जी आपका, पुनः आपका लौटने के लिए। मैंने हमेशा विश्वास किया है कि संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और भारत के मध्य यह रिश्ता 21वीं सदी के परिभाषित संबंधों में से एक है। दो गौरवशाली राष्ट्र, हम इन तथ्यों से बंधे हैं और यहाँ हमारी स्वाधीनता के प्रेम से ही हमने अपनी स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त की है। हमारे जो तथ्य हैं वो हमारे संविधान के पहले शब्द यही हैं: हम देश के नागरिक। हमारे लोगों के बीच स्थायी संबंध और साझे मूल्य और वर्तमान के महान मुद्दों से निपटने के लिए वैश्विक नेताओं के रूप में हमारी साझी जिम्मेदारी।
I'm honored to be the first to have you here in 15 years. The United States is honoring and hosting an official visit for the Republic of India. Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House.
मैं सम्मानित हूं कि लगभग 15 वर्षों में पहली बार संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका भारत गणराज्य के लिए एक आधिकारिक राजकीय यात्रा की मेजबानी कर रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, व्हाइट हाउस में आपका स्वागत है।
We spent a lot of time together going back to when I was vice president and you had just become prime minister. And since I've become president, we've continued a relationship built on mutual trust, candor, and respect. The challenges and opportunities facing the world in this century require that India and the United States work and lead together, and we are.
बहुत समय एक साथ बिताया है, उस समय से जब मैं उपराष्ट्रपति था और आप अभी-अभी प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, और जब से मैं राष्ट्रपति बना हूं, हमेशा इस रिश्ते को जारी रखा है हमने। और जहां हमारा इसमें आपसी विश्वास, स्पष्टवादिता और सम्मान है। इस सदी में जो चुनौतियां और अवसर विश्व के सामने हैं, यह आवश्यक है कि भारत और अमेरिका एक साथ काम करें और नेतृत्व करें, और हम कर रहे हैं।
With your partnership, we've invigorated and elevated the Quad between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Decades from now, people will look back and say the Quad bent the arc of history toward global good, as the Prime Minister describes it.
आपकी साझेदारी के साथ हमने एक मुक्त, खुला, सुरक्षित और समृद्ध हिंद प्रशांत की दृष्टि को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका, भारत, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और जापान के मध्य क्वाड को मजबूत और उन्नत किया है। अब से दशकों बाद लोग पीछे मुड़कर देखेंगे और कहेंगे, क्वाड ने इतिहास के वृत्तचाप को वैश्विक हित की ओर मोड़ दिया, जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री इसका वर्णन करते हैं।
Together, India and the United States are working closely on everything from ending poverty and expanding access to health care, to addressing climate change, to tackling food and energy insecurity stoked by Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine.
साथ साथ भारत और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका हर विषय पर मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि गरीबी को समाप्त करना और स्वास्थ्य देखभाल तक पहुंच का विस्तार, जलवायु संकट को संबोधित करने से लेकर खाद्य और ऊर्जा असुरक्षा से निपटना, जो यूक्रेन पर रूस के अकारण युद्ध से प्रभावित हुआ।
We made critical and emerging technologies the pillar of our next generation partnership to ensure that these technologies promote and protect our values, remain open, accessible, and trusted and secure.
हमने महत्वपूर्ण और उभरती प्रौद्योगिकियों को अपनी अपनी पीढ़ी की साझेदारी का एक स्तंभ बनाया है, यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए कि इन प्रौद्योगिकियों हमारे द्वारा हमारे मूल्यों को बढ़ावा और सुरक्षा मिलेगी और यह खुले, सुलभ, विश्वसनीय और सुरक्षित रहेंगी।
All this matters for America, for India, and for the world. We face an inflection point, one of those moments that only come around every several generations, when so much is changing technologically, politically, socially, and environmentally, that the decisions we make today are going to determine our future for decades to come.
यह सब बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है अमेरिका के लिए, भारत के लिए और सारे विश्व के लिए। हम एक मोड़ का सामना कर रहे हैं, ऐसे क्षण जो हर कई पीढ़ियों में केवल एक बार आते हैं, जहां बहुत कुछ परिवर्तित हो रहा है, तकनीकी रूप से, राजनीतिक रूप से, सामाजिक रूप से और पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से, कि आज हम जो निर्णय लेंगे वह आने वाले दशकों के लिए भविष्य का निर्धारण करेंगे।
And as democracies, we can better tap into the full talent of all of our people and attract investments as true and trusted partners as leading nations, with our greatest export being the power of our example. Equity under the law, freedom of expression, religious pluralism, and diversity of our people. These core principles have endured and evolved even as they have faced challenges throughout each of our nation's histories, and will fuel our strength, depth, and future.
लोकतंत्र के इस रूप में हमने सभी लोगों की पूर्ण प्रतिभा का बेहतर तरीके से लाभ उठाया है और हम उठा सकते हैं और अग्रणी देशों के रूप में सच्चे और विश्वसनीय भागीदारों के रूप में निवेश को आकर्षित कर सकते हैं। हमारा सबसे बड़ा निर्यात हमारे उदाहरण की शक्ति है। कानून के तहत समानता, अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता, धार्मिक बहुलवाद, हमारे लोगों की विविधता, ये मूल सिद्धांत दृढ़ हैं और विकसित हुए हैं, यहाँ तक कि जब उन्हें चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ा है हमारे प्रत्येक देश के इतिहास में, और दूर भविष्य तक हमारी ताकत को ये ऊर्जा प्रदान करेंगे।
And they form a special bond among our nations, forged by the special bond among our people, based on values that are universal, a duty to family and elders, treating all people with respect and dignity, a premium on education and creativity, self-discipline, hard work, entrepreneurship, faith and service to community, courage and resilience, and tolerance and opportunity for all.
और ये हमारे राष्ट्रों के बीच एक विशेष बंधन बनाते हैं। हमारे लोगों के बीच विशेष बंधन द्वारा निर्मित उन मूल्यों पर आधारित जो सार्वभौमिक हैं, परिवार और बड़ों के प्रति कर्तव्य, सभी लोगों के साथ सम्मान और गरिमा के साथ व्यवहार, शिक्षा और रचनात्मक पर बढ़ोतरी, आत्म अनुशासन, कड़ी मेहनत और उद्यमशीलता, विश्वास और समुदाय के लिए सेवा, साहस और लचीलापन, सहिष्णुता और अवसर।
I've seen this dynamism in my visits to India. I see it in Indian American diaspora. It reflects every part of American life and remains a bridge between our nations and only grows stronger with each generation. We see it with record numbers of Indian Americans serving in the United States Congress. We see it here at the White House, where proud Americans with Indian heritage serve our country every day, including our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
में यह गतिशीलता देखी है। मैं इसे भारतीय अमेरिकी प्रवासियों में देखता हूँ, जो अमेरिकी जीवन के हर भाग को दर्शाता है और हमारे राष्ट्रों के बीच एक पुल बना हुआ है जो प्रत्येक पीढ़ी के साथ निरंतर मजबूत होता है। हम इसे संयुक्त राज्य कांग्रेस में बड़ी संख्या में देखते हैं और हम इसे यहाँ व्हाइट हाउस में देखते हैं, जहाँ भारतीय विरासत के साथ गर्वित अमेरिकी हर दिन हमारे देश की सेवा कर रहे हैं और जिनमें उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस भी शामिल हैं।
The granddaughter, the proud granddaughter of Indian civil servant, daughter of an Indian student, turned American scientist, who came to the United States when she was only 19 years old to pursue her dream of curing cancer. A family like so many of ours in our nation that speaks of the thousand stories of determination, courage, and hope.
एक भारतीय समाज सेविक की पोती, एक भारतीय छात्र जो अमेरिकी वैज्ञानिक बनी, जो 19 साल की उम्र में संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका आई थी कैंसर के इलाज के अपने सपने को साकार करने के लिए, उनकी बेटी। हमारे देशों में बहुत सारे परिवारों में से एक जो हजारों दृढ़ संकल्प, साहस और आशा की कहानियां कहते हैं।
Stories that define the relationship and the limitless possibilities between the United States and India, two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership, and I'll turn it over to you.
परिभाषित करने वाली कहानियां और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका और भारत के मध्य असीम संभावनाएं, दो महान राष्ट्र, दो अच्छे मित्र, दो महान शक्तियां, यह 21वीं सदी के पाठ्यक्रम को परिभाषित करेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपकी साझेदारी के लिए धन्यवाद। अब मैं आपको सौंपता हूं।
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, फर्स्ट लेडी डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन, डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट, उमंग और उत्साह से भरे हुए इंडियन अमेरिकन मेरे प्यारे साथियों, आप सबको नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के मित्रतापूर्ण स्वागत और दीर्घ दृष्टिपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए उनका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन for your friendship.
President Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, distinguished guests, friends from the Indian American community filled with energy and excitement, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to President Biden for his warm welcome and his far-sighted speech. Thank you, President Biden, for your friendship.
Friends, आज व्हाइट हाउस में शानदार स्वागत समारोह के एक प्रकार से ये भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का गौरव है। ये सम्मान अमेरिका में रहने वाले 4 मिलियन से अधिक भारतीय मूल के लोगों का भी सम्मान है। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का उनके प्रति हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Friends, this grand welcome ceremony at the White House today is an honor and pride for 1.4 billion people of India. This is also an honor for more than 4 million people of Indian origin living in the US. For this honor, I express my heartfelt gratitude to President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden.
Friends, करीब 3 दशक पहले एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में मैं अमेरिका यात्रा पर आया था और उस समय मैंने व्हाइट हाउस को बाहर से देखा था। प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तो मैं स्वयं तो कई बार यहां पर आया हूं, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं।
Friends, about 3 decades ago, I came on a visit to America as a common man. At that time, I had seen the White House from outside. After becoming the Prime Minister, I have come here many times, but today, for the first time, the doors of the White House have been opened for the Indian American community in such large numbers.
भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। आज आपको दिए गए सम्मान के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। उनका जितना धन्यवाद करूं उतना कम है।
The people of the Indian community are enhancing India's glory in the US through their talent, hard work, and dedication. You are the real strength of our relationship. I thank President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden for the honor you've been given today. I think I can't thank him enough for this.
Friends, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के समाज और व्यवस्थाएं
लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर आधारित है। दोनों देशों के संविधान, उसके पहले 3 शब्द, और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अभी जिसका उल्लेख किया, वी द पीपल, हम दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। हम सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं।
The societies and institutions of both India and the US are based on democratic values. The constitutions of both countries begin with the following 3 words: we, the people, as President Biden just mentioned. Both of our countries take pride in their diversity. Both of us believe in the fundamental principle of in the interest of all, for the welfare of all.
पोस्ट कोविड काल में वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर एक नया रूप ले रहा है। इस कालखंड में भारत और अमेरिका की मित्रता पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में पूरक होगी। ग्लोबल गुड के लिए वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए दोनों देश साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी मजबूत स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप डेमोक्रेसी की ताकत का स्पष्ट प्रमाण है।
In the post-COVID era, the world order is taking a new shape. In this time period, the friendship between India and the US will be instrumental in enhancing the strength of the whole world. The two countries are committed to work together for the global good and for global peace, stability and prosperity. Our strong strategic partnership is a clear proof of the power of democracy.
Friends, अब से कुछ ही देर में राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और मैं भारत अमेरिका संबंधों और अन्य क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर विस्तार से बातचीत करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि हमेशा की तरह आज भी हमारी बातचीत बहुत सकारात्मक और उपयोगी रहेगी। आज दोपहर को मुझे यूएस कांग्रेस को एक बार फिर से संबोधित करने का अवसर मिलेगा। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभारी हूं।
Friends, in a short while from now, President Biden and I will discuss India-US relations and various regional and global issues. I'm sure that, as always, our conversation today will be very positive and useful. This afternoon, I will also have an opportunity to address the US Congress for a second time. I am deeply grateful for this honor.
मैं यही कामना करता हूं और 140 करोड़ भारतवासी भी यही कामना करते हैं कि भारत का तिरंगा और अमेरिका का स्टार एंड स्ट्राइप हमेशा नई ऊंचाइयां छूते रहे। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन, एक बार फिर आपके स्नेह भरे निमंत्रण के लिए, आपके गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं आपका और 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तान वासियों की तरफ से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। जय हिंद। गॉड ब्लेस अमेरिका। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I wish for, and the 1.4 billion people of India wish with me, for India's tricolor and America's stars and stripes to always keep flying higher and higher. President Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, once again, I thank you for your kind invitation, for your warm welcome and hospitality, also on behalf of 1.4 billion people of India. Jai Hind, God bless America. Thank you very much.
I was going and meeting the people.
Right, the function here is underway in the White House. You just heard the speeches there, both by President Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Guests, Ambassador Timothy Roma, former US Ambassador to India, John Chambers, US ISPF Chairman, former Executive Chairman, CEO, Cisco Systems, and we are also being joined by Umesh Sachdev, co-founder of Unifor. Ambassador Roma, coming first to you, sir. What do you make of the speeches? What was the underlying thrust of the speeches of both President Biden and Prime Minister Modi? They spoke about tech partnership, why it's important, secure and trusted tech partnership. They spoke about the Indian-American community and also about the Quad. President Biden said it's bent the arc of history. Which point do you believe was the most significant in their speeches?
Well, nice to be with you, and I'm very excited to see these two speeches by Mr. Modi and President Biden, and go to the White House state dinner tonight to celebrate this partnership between two great democracies. I think we're not overstating this by using words like a watershed visit, historic cooperation, and a springboard of deliverables to partner on security, defense, energy, space, and computer issues for a decade or decades to come. There was not just one thing to point out here. It is the friendship, the trust, the partnership, whether that's talking about the Quad and the deepening of the strategic cooperation and convergence there. It's the way we see China together. Both countries see China and some of its aggressiveness and its foreign policy as a threat to prosperity and world peace. We see cooperation on technology in the same ways, whether that's wireless, whether that's space cooperation, whether that is a new chip plant that may be going into Gujarat at $2.7 billion. We see cooperation on technology as a way to work on climate change and energy independence. So that's key. We also see friendship and partnership and trust as key issues. We can talk about anything when we have a reservoir full of unprecedented trust in this relationship, as Prime Minister Modi talked about in a Wall Street Journal interview the other day. When that trust is at high levels, we can talk about historic agreements, springboards to new kinds of cooperation and technology, but we can also talk about things that we might find sensitive in this relationship. I'm sure Mr. Modi is going to bring up the withdrawal from Afghanistan as an issue. He may discuss Pakistan as an issue. Also, President Biden will certainly talk about the Ukraine war and oil issues, and he might bring up the issues of democracy and human rights. So when friends have this kind of trusted relationship, they can really talk about anything.
Now to John Chambers as well. John Chambers, what we heard both sides talk about also dwelled upon tech partnership, secure open tech partnership. Do you think in the context of China, this becomes very vital for both India and America?
I think it's even broader than that when you look at it, Maha. I think this is what President Biden worded as the most defining strategic relationship for the 21st century. That is a huge statement. And the major purpose of this visit is to bring our countries closer together, to allow America to see Prime Minister Modi for the wonderful, brilliant leader that he is, and the strategic partner to the U.S. For President Biden to say, here's how both countries really benefit from the overall approach. So we said this 5 years ago, interestingly enough, at Gujarat with the prime minister there, that the U.S.-India relationship would emerge the most strategic relationship in the world, that India would be the fastest growing economy in the world, that the U.S. and India together could innovate at a pace that others could not, and would be models for others to follow. And I think when you listen to Prime Minister Modi's comments about global good, peace, and prosperity, I think this is coming true. but realize this was also on the foundation that has been built by the cabinets from both sides over the last year, the finance ministers, the defense ministers, the Secretary of State, etc. So I think it is a defining moment in the relationship for us to get to know India even closer. I love India. As you know, I'm the biggest bull on India, the most optimistic about India's future and the importance of the partnership with the U.S., but also a huge believer in the vision of Prime Minister Modi and the future of India and how important the U.S. and India together can benefit every citizen and every one of our countries and every one of our states. So I think the message today was spectacular. I do think it's a watershed moment, as Tim said in terms of his comments, but I think you're just beginning to realize what is capable out of this long-term partnership strategicness that goes way beyond trade, way beyond just great contracts and working relationships with GE or with Boeing or with Apple. It goes to how we innovate together, how we generate jobs together, and what your other guests will be talking about, how we do startups together, where our countries work together for to be the best innovators in the world, where you have the best engineers in India, graduating 1 million a year, and the best startups in the US in terms of Silicon Valley and beyond. And we combine those strengths and we will innovate, not just in critical infrastructure or emerging technologies such as AI, but well beyond it. So I think it is a huge moment, a huge inflection point in time, and one that I'm very excited to see. But it will define the future, I think, not just of our two great countries, but candidly of the world in terms of a model for the future.
Okay. All right. All right. Umesh Sachdev, I want you to particularly talk about the Indian American community that has been alluded to by both the sides, how important and significant it has been, how it has grown and contributed to the American society as well.
Maha, this is truly an important occasion for the Indian American community today with Prime Minister Modi's visit. Not only are these two the biggest democracies of the world, these are the two biggest innovation economies of the world. The relationship between Silicon Valley and India has been extremely strong. The Indian American community's contribution to the tech innovation economy of Silicon Valley is truly profound. So look at some of the largest CEOs, the latest startups, the number of unicorns. India today has the third highest unicorns in the world. And every single unicorn coming out of India, which is focused on business-to-business environment, finds North America and the United States as one of their biggest market. Similarly, every large unicorn in US, which is looking to build a global business, finds engineering talent and India as a key market, etc. So the ties between the technology ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem, the startup ecosystem are truly at a place and a pace that no two countries in the world today can define. And today, Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US, his focus on technology transfer, technology partnership between the two countries is further going to cement the role that Indian Americans are playing in the tech innovation ecosystem and startups in the United States.
Ambassador Roma, coming to the issue of people-to-people contact, as far as H1-B visas are concerned, or visas in general are concerned, it's been a niggling point between the two sides. We understand that today there could be some big announcement on H1-B visas that can be renewed now in the US and the person doesn't have to go back to it. A very big step, yes. At least in easing out the situation for professionals.
Well, I know that this is a very, very big issue for the United States and a very big issue for the people of India. Again, this is talking about our people-to-people ties. The fact that Mr. Modi and President Biden both talked about our Constitution starting with the sacred words, "We the people." The people of India, the people of the United States run the government, not the other way around, or kings or monarchs or dictators. The people are in charge. And the people have been telling our leadership in Congress and Parliament and so forth that we want to expedite these travels between our two countries. We have 4.5 million Indian Americans living in the United States. We not only have a very, very close community in the business environment, in the startup environment, in the unicorn environment, but in our political environment. Both Democrat and Republican presidents believe strongly in the strategic convergence of the United States and India. And I know BJP and Congress party officials also believe in this relationship. We have people in Congress, not just the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, that believes and works on this relationship. One of the most important committees in the United States Congress is the Select Committee on China. One of the most important people on that committee is my friend Raja Krishnamurthy, an Indian American from Illinois, who is the ranking member on that committee and helping us put forward policy on China. So throughout our society, from business to politics to society, we need to be able to expedite travel between our two countries. And especially it's in the interest of the United States to bring over and keep potentially brain gain. That means Indians who come to the United States, study here, get PhDs. Not only are they job makers, they're job multipliers. They help us start new businesses and employ Americans across the board in our communities by creating startup jobs and big companies. And hundreds of Americans, therefore, have jobs when we can have a smart, safe, secure immigration and visa policy. I know the new ambassador, Eric Garcetti, has been working hard to do this since he got over to New Delhi. It's a priority for Mr. Biden and the State Department. And I understand there are going to be some announcements on how to improve, expedite, and make sure that that renewal process takes place in a quick and efficient fashion.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. and it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every...
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and let's get to the latest on the Prime Minister's state visit in the United States. And now the real important part of that visit has begun. It's the day 2 of the state visit, and the Prime Minister was welcomed at the White House with a 19-gun salute. There was also the playing of the national anthem of both countries. And welcoming the Prime Minister, President Joe Biden said, "We spent a lot of time together since the time I was Vice President, and since I became President, we established a relationship based on trust. Given the situation of the world, it's essential that India and US work together." So that was the opening remarks of President Joe Biden. Remember, yesterday as well, the President did meet Prime Minister Modi. He was welcomed at the White House by the First Lady and the President, and there was a private dinner then. But today is when the real working part of the trip begins, and the bilateral between the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden has begun. After that, the Prime Minister, they will be addressing the media, and there will also be a press conference. 2 questions, we believe, will be asked, one by an Indian reporter, one by an American reporter. Then the Prime Minister will be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress, and that's a rare honor, and this is the second time he will be doing so. And after that, we'll have a grand state dinner in the White House. So that is what the plan is for today. In fact, very interestingly, NDTV's Maha, who is there in the US, has also told us that perhaps on the 3rd day of the Prime Minister's visit in Washington, that perhaps there may even be another meeting between the President and the Prime Minister. Now, already, remember, there have been several big announcements. Mega deals are on the cards, and we've been reporting that all day and bringing you all the highlights. Big ticket announcements, which are range from a defense cooperation to space expedition. That's very interesting. A signing of an agreement between ISRO and NASA, and possibly an Indian astronaut to be sent to the International Space Station. So that's something to look forward to. And several deals to really strengthen the ties between the two countries. As we said, after the bilateral talks, which will now be taking place, these visuals of the hug earlier on as the Prime Minister was received at the White House. And the Prime Minister, as we said, will address a joint sitting of the 2 houses of the US Congress, and then the dinner. So let's talk about some of the deals that have taken place, the announcements that have been made. General Electric's aerospace arm has announced that it has teamed up with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to make fighter jet engines for the Indian Air Force in India. So that is a very key aspect of India's Make in India push that we've had. Also, Micron Technology, a prominent American chip maker, has been invited by the Prime Minister to set up an assembly plant in Gujarat. So that is also something that is very, very key. And remember, the chips are used in all aspects of our everyday life. So to have a plant set up in India is a vacuum that we realized, especially during the COVID times when there was a shortage. So this has been something that has gotten a great push. So Micron Technology to set up a base in India, an assembly plant in Gujarat. Also very welcome for the NRIs, for Indians who are working there in the United States, India and the US. Again, we've heard from sources, is all set to announce changes in the visa processing for H1-B visas, and also opening up of new consulates. So that's a big step up in diplomatic ties. And finally, Bengaluru will get its own US consulate. Imagine India's Silicon City. It had no US consulate till now, so that's on the cards. Also in Ahmedabad is what we're hearing, and India will set up a consulate in Seattle, so that will help in terms of Alaska as well, as a lot of interests are there. So those are some of the key announcements that are expected, as we said. And there you can see the inside pictures as the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden are sitting together ahead of the bilateral talks. All right, so Prime Minister Modi and Joe Biden, they're sitting. We're seeing if we can get any audio there, but that is the meeting that's taking place inside the White House, so the bilateral taking place.
White House में दोनों देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष, इस वक्त आप देख सकते हैं दृश्य हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रपति जो बाइडेन और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, जिनके बीच इस वक्त वार्ता जारी है, और जैसा प्रधानमंत्री ने भी कहा कि विभिन्न आपसी, द्विपक्षीय, क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर दोनों नेता आपस में बातचीत करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे, और उसके बाद क्या कुछ निकलकर सामने आ रहा है वो एक संयुक्त साझा बयान में हमारे सामने होगा.
व्हाइट हाउस के
Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden, and that's the very key sort of walking on the side there, and with the pillars of the White House on the side. That's a very characteristic visual or picture from the White House. And now to have the Prime Minister and President Joe Biden walking there is an interesting photo op. And not that he hasn't visited before, but earlier on the Prime Minister also spoke about how the White House has opened its gates for so many
We're seeing our major defense partnership now a pillar in the Pacific security. We're seeing our growing cooperation with a whole range of issues. We're seeing our economic ties and technology, inclusive economic growth for our people. We're seeing our growing cooperation with a whole range 20 this year. Space, focusing on emerging technologies, clean energy, global infrastructure. I look forward to discussing how we can strengthen our partnership 20 this year, build a future together world that challenges and build our people one grounded on democracy, human rights,
और अधिक बेहतर एक ऐसा भविष्य जो लोकतंत्र, मानव अधिकारों, स्वतंत्रता और नियमों पर आधारित.
Welcome again, Mr. Prime Minister. We have a big agenda.
आज मैं आपके साथ चर्चा करने देख रहा हूँ जिस तरह से हम आपकी और अपनी सरकार की सहभागिता को और प्रधानमंत्री एक बार फिर से और एक साथ मिलकर एक ऐसा भविष्य तैयार करें जो हमारे लोगों के लिए और अधिक बेहतर हो. एक ऐसा भविष्य जो लोकतंत्र, मानव अधिकारों, स्वतंत्रता और नियमों पर आधारित हो.
So welcome again, Mr. Prime Minister. We have a big agenda and to continue to build our progress. Again, step by step, continue to build.
तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी एक बार फिर से आपका
coming in. Okay. Well, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being here. Welcome back to the White House.
प्रधानमंत्री जी आपका यहाँ पर स्वागत है फिर से आपने हमें आपको दिया धन्यवाद.
Almost exactly.
That is inside the White House as President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Modi, begin their bilateral talks. And this is a photo op really for the media there. But to talk more about the Prime Minister's visit and the significance of this visit, we're now joined by Dr. Tara Karta, a former Director, National Security Council Secretariat, and Daniel Markey, a Senior Advisor, South Asia, USIP, and Senior Fellow at FBI SAIS. Thank you so much both for joining us. us. And Dr. Tara Kartha, first to you, a very, very significant visit, which also shows India's importance to the US, given, the manner of this visit, the red carpet that's been rolled out, the manner in which the Prime Minister has been welcomed, and all the sort of statements coming out of the White House ahead of this visit.
Yes, I know. It's actually personally also quite a huge victory for all of us, because all of this was being put together at the NSCS, as you know. The whole ICT was being put together from there. So I'm so happy to see that. I mean, this is tremendous, right? I have never in all my years in government service seen a visit as heavily uploaded as this one. This has got so many deliverables across the board. In, like you said just now, in space, in terms of the engine technology, in terms basically of the enormous goodwill, at least from India. There is huge goodwill, which, let me tell you, was not the case earlier. At least 10 years ago, there was so much suspicion of the United States, which is not there now. I mean, every person wants to send his child across. Second thing is, you should remember, this is a kind of uploading since 95, 2015, the defense framework. Everything was going so slowly, both sides were trying to work things out, and suddenly we have this huge upsurge. So I think it's a huge initiative by the President Biden, I think, who has thrust this forward. It's something which really the most significant partnership which we are seeing for us in a decade. This is a huge thing. So it's
right. Dr. Kartha, sorry to interrupt you there. We're just going to play out another clip of the interaction inside. Let's just listen in.
विश्व के सबसे बड़े देश भारत और अमेरिका, एक ऐसा भविष्य जो लोग मेरा मानना हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक सजदा मानव जाति के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाली सभी ताकतों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और पहले से कहीं ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। ये विश्वास है कि हम मिलकर पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में अवश्य सफल होंगे।
Thank you for being here. Welcome back to the White House.
सभी की नजर
10 years ago, when I visited Mumbai as Vice President, I emphasized how important it was in the United States to build a partnership
मानव जाति के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाली सभी ताकतों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और पहले से कहीं ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम मिलकर पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में अवश्य सभी।
All right, the Prime Minister, what you could make out from that statement, talking about how, working together, the US and India in the future, and how significant that would be, and, the close ties between the two countries. Well, let's go back to our guest, Daniel Markey. We were talking about how the US has rolled out the red carpet, and the importance being given to Prime Minister Modi at this state visit. He'll be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress, but it's also significant to talk about the third person in this relationship, which is China. And never before has India been more important for the United States, given its fraught relationship with China and with Russia.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's China that has in many ways brought the United States and India closer together even than they were before. I mean, there's a continuity story here. The US-India relationship has steadily improved over the past 2 decades. This isn't simply a Joe Biden, Narendra Modi story, but there's also a change story, and that change has happened over the past several years. I think the acceleration of Indian concerns about China as a security threat along India's border has made the Modi government much more interested in exploring more serious, especially in the defense realm, serious stepwise advances with the United States. And the United States, because its relationship with China has also deteriorated, I think increasingly sees India really through that lens. It's also interesting to note that Secretary of State Tony Blinken was just in Beijing this past week. And there, even as he was attempting, I think, to try to normalize the relationship a bit, halt a downward slide, there was still some challenges. And I think those cannot be soft-sold. I think those will continue. And I think now, with this week ending on this high note of a visit from Narendra Modi to Washington, will highlight the differences in the way that the United States characterizes its relationship with China as compared to how it characterizes its relationship with India.
Right, and these key deals, you know, in defense, tech, space, this is also a means of weaning India away on it dependence on Russia as well. So that is also something that is, you know, that's the pragmatic approach in this entire, all this talk about this grand welcome, etc., and all these mega deals. But that's really the reason for some of these mega deals.
Yeah, that's certainly the ambition. You know, India continues to buy a great deal of high-end military equipment from Russia, or is trying to. That can't be changed overnight. I think everybody in the United States is pretty realistic about how challenging it will be and how that's a kind of a longer-term project. But the defense deals that are being signaled so far, the drone deal certainly, but even maybe in some ways more importantly, the jet engine deal, those are significant steps to replace, especially the jet engine deal, to replace Russian-built equipment in the Indian arsenal. And as I say, it'll take some time, but the willingness on the U.S. side is a reflection of a sense of this kind of once-in-a-generation opportunity to really change where India is buying its arms from. And that, again, relates back directly to the shared China threat.
Right. Dr. Tara Kartha, your comments on this, the China role in this entire, close relationship developing between India and the US, though it's something that has taken several years to develop, but now more than ever. We do know that when the Prime Minister addresses the joint sitting of the Congress, that there are some members who are boycotting it because they feel, they're trying to highlight the issues of human rights in India and authoritarian move in India. So that aspect is something that some of the Democrats have also raised. But right now, Joe Biden, the presidency, their focus is on cultivating a close relationship with India.
On the China thing, yes, of course, it's important for us. I mean, to have a credible defense against China is vital. But, I would ground this visit more, in terms of the fact that we are now one of the fastest growing economies. We have a stable political, establishment. I mean, I don't see Narendra Modi going anywhere for the next 5 years at least. So there is a lot. We're looking at investment. We're looking at, easing unemployment in this country. And it is vital for both countries to sustain the economic growth. This is critical. I mean, if you look at the Jake Sullivan speech, which I think was brilliant, that is what he's emphasizing, that it has to bring the middle class in both countries. They have to get benefits. Our youth has to be employed. So the focus is that. I mean, just look at the content. The defense deals are fantastic. But you're also seeing that the shift here is the bringing in of private industry. The shift is bringing in of startups. We have got one of the largest startup areas in the country. We've got such amazing, and you should know that some of these startups have been, at least over the last 2 years, have been assisting US defense companies. So there's a lot of technology flow. And remember, this is where we are strong in terms of IT, in terms of, getting this startup base together and delivering on our economy. That is a very, very key focus. But China, yes, China, of course, and I'm assuming Beijing must be extremely unhappy to watch these scenes, on your screen. But that is not the primary focus. That's all I'm trying to say. There is a lot more than this. If you look, you saw the President Biden was even referring to the Quad. Many not all, but some of these initiatives are also replicated with Quad countries. So this is actually much larger. It's a huge endeavor. And I really have great hopes of this going forward in the coming years.
Right, absolutely. And, also what is very welcome when we know the talks are on and we're expecting an announcement on the H1-B visas and the opening up of new consulates. So that will be a huge thing for India, especially, given that we have so many of our NRIs working in the United States, and very welcome that they don't have to fly back to India and then have to renew their visas, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah. I mean, these are the things which get people excited, right? I mean, it matters to them in a day-to-day sphere to get more jobs. I mean, this initiative I said, for example, is going to bring universities together. It's going to bring talent together. It's technology-driven. And in terms of, in terms of aircraft manufacture, you should remember the Tatas are already into this in a big way. So we are coming up there in terms of getting our, we missed out on the whole industrial revolution, right? So we've got a lot of making up to do. So this is where it's at, and this is where we really, really need the US to be with us at this critical time. This is a moment of takeoff. Right. And so I'll stop there.
Right, and the US also, needs India in all these, big, if global pushes, if, even if it's technology, if it's climate change as well. Final word, Daniel Markey, what are you looking out for in this visit?
Well, I agree with all the points that were just made. As the United States contemplates a future of competition with China that's likely to stretch on into decades, India is the only country on Earth that offers a scale that can match China, and now in terms of population is actually larger than China's. And that's something that Americans appreciate. They also know very well, and the point about visas was made earlier, that India is very rich in lots of important ways, including human talent. And in terms of building up the future economy and a technologically oriented economy, India is likely to be central to that. So in all those ways, there's a closeness and an importance attached to India here in the United States. You had asked earlier about questions of democracy and human rights and how that may play. And that's an important subtext here. And of course, all the news media here is focused on this question to some extent of how the Biden administration is balancing its rhetoric with respect to this visit between, on the one hand, a close and eager determination to improve a relationship with India as a partner, as a strategic partner, for reasons of interest and for all of these reasons of economic opportunity and so on. But on the other hand, an appreciation that there are dissenting voices and concerns about the trajectory of India's democracy in terms of human rights, freedom of the press, and so on. And so there's a close eye on how Biden is managing that balance. You saw that he's already been very clear about how democracy and these types of values are central to the reason why India is so attractive as a partner to the United States. And so I think he'll be continuing in his private conversations with Prime Minister Modi to express the centrality of these issues to the way that the American people and to the way that he and his administration see India and the importance that they attach to these issues. I don't think he wants it to be a critical or berating or lecturing approach to India. I don't think anybody thinks that's a good idea in terms of a state visit. But I do think that highlighting...
Yes, I think that's something the White House already said, that they'll not be lecturing, but, it may come up. Well, thank you both for joining us on the program as we continue to cover the Prime Minister's visit to the United States, this state visit, and currently bilateral talks taking place between Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Co-presented by Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show. but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides, you get the complete picture.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
Because the only side we're on is yours.
Facts are the foundation of a news story, but it's the views that shape these stories. Because when you hear views from all sides.
Welcome to Left, Right, and Center. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program this evening. 6 major deals between India and the United States, either signed or about to be signed in what is being seen as a landmark visit. Certainly the most significant since India and the United States signed their civil nuclear deal. On this show, in just the next few minutes, we'll be joined by Ambassador John Bolton, who served as National Security Advisor of the United States from 2018 to 2019. We'll also be joined by some of India's finest diplomats who've served in the United States. But first up, here's a look at why today has been a truly landmark day in relations between India and the United States. We have done an $825 million semiconductor investment deal. There's a jet engine deal for jet engines to be made in India. An Indian astronaut will be on the space station. New consulates are being set up in each other's countries. Bengaluru and Ahmedabad for the United States and Seattle for India. H1-B visas will now be renewed in the United States. That is absolutely critical. And a deal worth maybe even up to $3.1 billion for MQ-9B drones will in fact be signed or be announced very soon. Now, there was a lot of pomp and pageantry at the White House. Remember, this is a state dinner. Let's just roll out some of those videos, some of those images of what we saw at the White House. President Biden and Prime Minister Modi went inside a little while back. They issued a statement, a remark each we're going to be playing that out. But very significantly, both sides, both leaders have decided that they're going to be looking at the entire gamut of the relationship between India and the United States. Before we go across to Ambassador Bolton, let's first listen in to what President Biden and Prime Minister Modi have had to say.
Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House. The enduring ties and shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together. With your partnership, we've invigorated and elevated the Quad between the United States, India, Australia, and Japan to advance our vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. Decades from now, people will look back and say the Quad bent the arc of history toward global good, as the Prime Minister describes it. We're proud Americans and Indians' heritage serve our country every day, including our Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Stories that define the relationship and the limitless possibilities between the United States and India. Two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century.
तो मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के मित्रतापूर्ण स्वागत
और दीर्घ दृष्टिपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए उनका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन फॉर योर फ्रेंडशिप। करीब 3 दशक पहले एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में मैं अमेरिका यात्रा पर आया था और उस समय मैंने व्हाइट हाउस को बाहर से देखा था। प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तो मैं स्वयं तो कई बार यहां पर आया हूं, लेकिन इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं। आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के समाज और व्यवस्थाएं लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों पर आधारित है। दोनों देशों के संविधान, उसके पहले 3 शब्द, और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अभी जिसका उल्लेख किया, वी द पीपल, हम दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं। आज दोपहर को मुझे यूएस कांग्रेस को एक बार फिर से संबोधित करने का अवसर मिलेगा। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभारी हूं।
Well, joining us now, a very special guest, Ambassador John Bolton. Sir, thanks very much for being with us. The civil nuclear deal a couple of years back, in fact several years back, was seen to be a landmark deal between the United States and India. Do you believe that this is the most substantive meeting or state visit that's taken place since then?
Well, certainly in terms of the economic consequences, as you've been enumerating, this is a number of very significant steps forward. But of course, they also deal importantly on security questions, and I think have an additional importance for that reason. There's a lot to talk about here, many complicated issues, but I think these steps indicate the direction that we need to go in the future to deal with the challenges that both countries face. And you have to name it to understand it, the challenge of China. There are many other issues to cover as well, but that is a significant threat to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's what Congress wants to hear, the Prime Minister's views on that in particular.
So, Ambassador, you would say that it is that common security concern, which is obviously China, which is actually driving a lot of what we are seeing, specifically the jet engine deal. America has not transferred this sort of technology to any other country in the world. Is it driven by the fact that America needs India to be secure?
Well, I think that's right. I think it's really it's a joinder of the economic and the security, and I think that's the sort of thing we'd love to see because it draws the two countries closer together. We have common political structures. If we have more economic relations, common security interests, as the United States does with many countries around the world, I think that helps create stability in the region. There's no doubt about it.
Ambassador, you've seen the relationship from a strategic standpoint grow between India and the United States. In terms of China, how has that relationship really been beneficial for both nations?
Well, I think the threat that China poses, India has seen it in recent years more directly, I think, than any other country, with attacks along the line of actual control, threats to extend Chinese influence into Pakistan even more than it already is. Chinese efforts to map the floor of the Indian Ocean. They're not doing that to study the growths of coral. That's for strategic reasons. And these interests, I think, come together with others in the region, with Japan, with Australia, as you've mentioned already, in the Asian Security Quad. Nobody's looking for conflict here. Quite the contrary. I think these efforts to grow closer in security cooperation are to create structures that will deter Beijing from taking
belligerent action. That's what we really want. This is to help ensure peace and stability.
Could you talk us through the foundational agreements which have actually taken us to this step? Had those agreements not been there, then we wouldn't be looking at high-end technology transfer, and those foundational agreements, which you've looked through very, very closely in your own work, define the strategic relationship between our countries.
Yeah, look, this has been in process for some time. I mean, for many years, I don't need to tell you or your listeners, people saw the relationship with India as half of the India-Pakistan issue. I think 20 years ago, during the George W. Bush administration, we broke that nexus, that we could have clear discussions with India on issues we have in common. And I think there's been a steady growth in cooperation. And I think today, the most significant evidence of that cooperation to date. But I think what this shows is that this is not mere theater, as sometimes happens in international affairs. This shows the growing connection between the two countries for reasons that have their own merits, certainly on the economic side, but are propelled by events in the world, not the events we've undertaken, but threats that we have seen from others. And I think this is a good basis on the bilateral side, absolutely. But I think it says to others, look, we can cooperate, you can join us in cooperation, we can increase all of our prosperity and increase our security too.
But Ambassador, we've got differences as well. Russia, India has a very close relationship. Is there an acceptance in the United States that that relationship between New Delhi and Moscow isn't going to go away? It can't.
Well, I don't think it can go away in the short term, but I think this is a hard decision that faces India because in addition to the U.S.-India Russia relationship, and we've got the biggest land war in Europe going on because of Russian aggression against Ukraine, the fact is that the Beijing-Moscow axis is growing day by day. And in this new Sino-Russian alliance, unlike in the Cold War, China is the dominant partner. It's not Russia, not the Soviet Union, it's China that's the dominant partner. And it's very hard to imagine that India would want to allow itself to continue to have a significant dependence on Russia for sophisticated military weapon systems when Russia is growing closer to what I think the main danger to India and the United States is, that is to say, China. So this is a complexity. I think the two leaders will certainly be talking about that, because if you look for greater security cooperation, one thing we've learned over the years is that interoperability of weapon systems, compatibility, communications among them are critical to effective security. And when you have the Russians supplying both China and India, when China represents the main threat, that's a real problem to deal with.
And yet, Ambassador, the heart of the Indian military setup is essentially Russian at one level. More than 300 T-90 tanks, close to 270 Sukhoi 30 fighters. Even if there was a will to move away from Russian weaponry to perhaps better quality American weaponry or made in India weaponry, it realistically can't happen because it's simply unaffordable at the scale that India needs it, which is a practical reason why I would suggest that not even in the medium term would India and Russia move away from each other from a military relationship.
Well, I think it's going to take time. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think you're right. Obviously, time and money are closely related here, but it's looking at the long-term trajectory going forward. I don't think there's any reason why India's own capacity in the military space should not be expanding. That way, you won't have to be dependent on Russia. You're certainly welcome to buy American arms, but you could manufacture your own. There are companies in Europe that produce good weapon systems as well. I think it's the making a strategic decision that to deal with the main threat, which is where I think India's military sees it coming from China, you don't want to be dependent on somebody that may act at the direction of Beijing in time of a crisis. This is something new. Look, this has just been developing. We've seen Xi Jinping's recent visit to Moscow, which I think cemented the axis in place. And that's a change in strategy of tectonic proportions. So India's long-term reliance on Russia for strategic weapons, you can see the history, you can understand it. but history moves in a lot of different ways, and China's moves on Russia, I think, have presented a new strategic dilemma that can be solved by growing closer to the U.S., by increased capacity in India, and looking to other suppliers as well.
Ambassador, the other point of difference, of course, is India's import of oil from Russia. It's not that India doesn't have close relations with Ukraine. We obviously do. And it's not because we are oblivious to what the West has to say about the import of Russian oil. The fact of the matter is that India we have our own requirements. It's a huge economy. It's a huge population. Energy prices are expensive, and we are getting a good deal over here. So in our national interest, the argument which is raised is that, look, we just have to go ahead and do this. America doesn't accept that argument. But isn't it, again, a pragmatic decision being taken by New Delhi?
Well, again, perhaps in the short term, but consider the longer term implications. What's at stake in Ukraine is an act of unprovoked aggression by Russia. This is something that we've certainly been imperfect in our concern about it over the years, but it's one reason we stood with Kuwait when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in another act of unprovoked aggression. It's why we stand with Ukraine. So I think India should be looking to find alternative sources of energy. Again, that doesn't happen overnight, but from the U.S., from the Middle East, much closer, much more secure than oil and gas supplies from Russia. I think that's something we should be looking at very carefully. And again, I hope the two leaders are talking about that.
A final question. President Biden just a little while back said that he intended to speak with Prime Minister Modi on an entire gamut of issues, which included the issue of human rights and democracy in a larger sense. Now, obviously, there are differences between India and the United States. It's become a prickly issue at some levels. But do you believe that both sides have the maturity to sort of deal with these differences without sort of talking down to each other?
Well, I certainly hope so. I think it's something that two friends can talk about and discuss. All I'd say is comparing the U.S. system, the India system, with the alternatives of China and Russia, we may have some issues between us, but we've got a lot more in common than we do with the other two countries.
All right, Ambassador Bolton, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. One of the other really important deals which has been signed this time around is an understanding that a leading American semiconductor company, and we're going to be telling you all about that, is going to be investing $825 million in India, and that's just a start. In as much as we talk about the strategic relationship, we do need to talk about the importance of the semiconductor deal. So as we get ready to talk to our panelists over here and my colleague Maha Siddiqui, let's bring you the details of why that semiconductor investment in India is so important. Phones, in our cars, in our laptops, in every sensor, in pretty much all modern electronic items, from the most basic workplace appliance to the most advanced ballistic missile submarines. We take semiconductors for granted, which we shouldn't, because they are extremely hard to get and harder still to manufacture, which is why India's tryst with world-class semiconductor manufacture has to begin now, at scale, for our future economic growth, and that's one key deal that the Prime Minister is looking at during this visit to the United States.
Back in the old days, computers were huge, made up of tubes and dials. They were fragile, they used huge amounts of electricity. Semiconductor chips replaced these tubes. Machines became smaller, more efficient, sleeker, way more powerful. The industries that rely most on semiconductors are computing, microprocessors and graphic processing units in your computer, for example, telecommunications, the 5G device on your phone and your phone's display, household appliances, the temperature control in your air conditioner, for example, banking, digital accounting, cloud platforms, security, the CCTV camera in your home, healthcare, pacemakers and monitors in hospitals and elsewhere, and transportation, engine control systems for cars, and the GPS maps that you use, also the manufacturing sector.
Now here is the problem for us in India. Our demand is huge and growing, but we lag in the semiconductor fabrication or FAB manufacture. We have a weak semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. China had been a top exporter of semiconductors to India, which is problematic since a denial regime or a slowdown in such exports can be weaponized, which is why India wants to make semiconductors for India and the world right here in our country.
Statistics till 2021 showed that China was the top exporter of semiconductors to India, followed by Hong Kong and then Vietnam. To get over the dependence on China and a handful of East Asian nations, in December 2021, the government cleared a whopping $10 billion package to boost the semiconductor industry. India needs a host of superconductor chips of different types to make India a global hub for electronics manufacturing. That manufacturing at the moment is dominated by just a handful of companies around the world. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, Intel, Qualcomm, Broadcom, and finally Micron.
In fact, it's Micron and another American company, Applied Materials, that the Prime Minister has invited to boost semiconductor manufacturing in India during his visit to the United States.
Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage. And again, congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on his excellent visit.
Micron's investment in India comes at a time when India's demand is projected to explode. According to the India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, the India market will touch $64 billion by 2026. That's 3 times the 2019 size of $22.7 billion. In addition to Micron, Vedanta and Foxconn have also signed an MOU with the Gujarat government to invest 1.5 lakh crore rupees to set up a semiconductor and display manufacturing plant in India. But the deal is yet to progress. India, it seems, is keen to step up ties with the US on semiconductors, signing an agreement to establish semiconductor supply chains under the framework of the Indo-US Commercial Dialogue. The future of manufacturing for India's digital economy depends closely on how this works out. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, joining us now, Ambassador Syed Akbaruddin, Ambassador Meera Shankar and Michael Kugelman. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Ambassador Akbaruddin, let's talk a little bit about semiconductors first. It's obviously important for our digital economy, particularly digital manufacturing in our economy, but it also perhaps needs to be looked at, would you agree, from a China standpoint. China has been the largest exporter of semiconductors to India. That's something that could be weaponized if they were to deny us supply. With India investing, with the US investing in India now, how is this a real opportunity for us from overcoming that dependence?
So Vishnu, you're right that we live in a world of geopolitics. That's the reality. Having said that, terminologies such as chip choking, friendshoring have become commonplace now.
True.
So if we are being provided opportunities for friendshoring, it's a good thing. The US says that it wants to build a small yard with high fences. So if the fences are opening, if we are part of the yard, it's good for us. Now, I take the point that there is a China impulse, but I think it's rather unfair to reduce India-US relations to a single point of focus. There are many more imperatives in our engagement with the US that are China agnostic. India needs technology, India needs investment, India needs skills. India has a diaspora connect with the USA. All these are China agnostic. By that I mean, whether there was China or not, we would still try and engage and gain a better relationship with the US. So yes, there is a China impulse, but it's a broader expanse, and we need to look at it in that, acknowledging that geopolitics will play a role, and it's a good opportunity for India to use the geopolitical situation to gain.
Ambassador Meera Shankar, what in your mind is the biggest takeaway from this visit?
Look, I think it's high in protocol, but also high promises to be high in substance. You have the GE-HAL deal for the F414 engine, and for the first time, the US is willing to set up a joint manufacturing facility in India and also to share technology. So that marks a significant advance on the nature of the defense cooperation that we have had with the US so far. As far as the semiconductor deal is concerned, and which you were talking about, I think India has an ecosystem which could actually be conducive to this, not in terms of manufacturing, but we are probably the biggest chip designer for different companies in the world. And we also promise to be a huge market for semiconductors in the future. So if you take a look at these two aspects, then the one missing link is the manufacturing capacity. And there, I think the first step is this Micron investment, which from what I see is looking at packaging or encasing and testing. So it's not the actual chip itself, but the final step. And but it's a first step. And then you have an agreement for training, I think, a very large number of engineers in semiconductors and other advanced technologies. So I think that, first steps are being taken. But looking beyond semiconductors, I would say this whole initiative for critical and emerging technologies, which promises to create or provides a framework for creating an ecosystem which brings together not just businesses in the two countries, but universities, research laboratories, academia, to work together in these frontier technologies of semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, telecommunications, and space. I think that holds great promise if we are able to make sure that there are concrete proposals which are developed under this framework. There's a lot of enthusiasm, but the challenge is going to be to concretize this because it's very, very promising for the future.
Right.
If you see the US, they are seeking to reorder, in a sense, the global economy. The heyday of free market trade is over, globalization is over, and they are looking to de-risk from China and to friendshoring. And I think a lot of that investment has gone to Vietnam or to Mexico. Not much has come to India, though a beginning has been made with this Apple and Foxconn investment in India. Now we need to accelerate that because India has the capacity, both the technical capacity, and it is going to be a huge market.
Ambassador, that's lots of important points. I just want to keep the ball rolling. I'll come back to you in a moment. Michael Kugelman, the other aspect of this, of course, is Prime Minister Modi speaking in the US Congress joint session for the second time. No Indian Prime Minister has done that. What does this signify?
Well, indeed, it's extremely unusual for a foreign leader to give two joint addresses to Congress during their term. It's quite remarkable. And I think a lot of people will be watching what Modi says on a number of issues, certainly Russia. We know that the U.S. and India do not necessarily see eye to eye on that matter. And I think that we can expect the Prime Minister perhaps to repeat what has become a mantra for him that's been received very well here in Washington on bipartisan levels, and that is that this is not an era of war. Now, if you look back at his last address to Congress in 2016, what struck me was how he was very careful to include a lot of references to popular culture in the U.S. Abraham Lincoln, baseball, things like that. And I think we'll see more of that for sure. But no, it's very significant, and I think that you're going to have a very strong turnout. Just about all elected, the current membership in Congress, a significant majority will be there. I know there have been some high-profile folks that have said that they're going to sit it out, but I think the fact that you're going to have such a strong showing from both Democrats and Republicans, that's concrete evidence of just how strong the multi-partisan support is for this relationship. And I know it's similar in India as well.
Ambassador Akbaruddin, despite this, there are concerns which have been expressed in the US administration, for example, on press freedoms in India, religious freedoms in India. Barack Obama, in an interview to CNN in just the last little while, has referred to his concerns and something that he said that he would have expressed to Prime Minister Modi if he met him. How would India look at these concerns? Should they be raised by President Biden? Because I believe they will be raised. That's what Mr. Biden said just as the two leaders were about to start speaking.
So Vishnu, any issue can be raised among two nations if there is a degree of trust and level of comfort. If the US and India are now in that state where they can exchange respectfully views on different issues, I'm certain it should not be a problem because it's not a one-sided dialogue. There are issues that India could raise to, not which are fundamental to the relationship, but which cause concern in India too. Hate crimes against Indians, how the US abandoned Afghanistan and we are now struggling to come to terms with it. F-16's refurbishment to Pakistan. These are all issues where we diverge. That's all right. We can respectfully raise our concerns. We have different historical experiences. They have different historical experiences. And I don't think we need to worry too much about it. We have a case to put forth. And should this be raised, I'm certain our leaders as well as our permanent civil servants will be able to explain our views forthrightly, candidly, and confidently.
Richard Rosso, Chair in the US-India Policy Studies Group at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, with us as well. Mr. Rosso, thanks very much for being with us. You know, we've been talking so much about the strategic aspect of this relationship, and I don't think I've spent enough time talking about the diaspora, talking about the needs of Indians in the United States. One of the biggest requirements was H1-B visa renewal. Now, it's something which seems to be common sense. Why would Indians need to travel back to India to get an H1-B visa renewal? Finally now, after years and years and years, America seems to accept that argument. So H1-B visa renewals might in fact take place in the United States alone. But it's steps like this which actually get to the core of what people in both countries need. Because at the end of the day, the relationship is between people, right?
It is. That's been fundamental. You know, we've had ups and downs on the commercial relationship, ups and downs on the strategic relationship, but people-to-people ties have been there throughout. A lot of Americans living in rural United States, the first person of Indian origin they might meet is a local doctor that came out through a visa program that brings medical professionals out for underserved communities in the United States. Technology workers, students at universities, and it sounds like today's joint statement in the summit is going to have a lot of emphasis and focus in terms of trying to unravel some of the tricky parts, expediting getting appointments in India, making sure that we've got more staff out there. It's a lot of good things teeing up, I think, in an area that has been the underpinning of the relationship, and I think we can do more in.
Mr. Rosso, in terms of another aspect of this deal that's important, and I'll ask Michael this question as well, the jet engine transfer deal, quite besides the strategic implications, I think it's a very strong business transaction because it helps establish an aerospace ecosystem in India that could easily translate into many thousands of jobs. Now that's important, and I'll tell you why, because Air India just signed that landmark deal which is going to result in thousands of jobs in America. And now you've got this deal which is going to translate into thousands of jobs in India, both aerospace. It's phenomenal. It's so interconnected in a sense.
Yeah, you know, the significance of the jet engine deal, there's another reason as well. I think a lot of folks that have been working on the India relationship for a long period of time in the U.S. government, they've thrown a lot of ideas at the wall in times past, and sometimes even ideas we thought were pretty self-obvious just couldn't stick. Jet engine, they came up as a working group when President Obama visited India during Republic Day in 2015. They had a working group established. They met. They just couldn't find any way to unlock a joint venture that would result in real credible technology transfer and the development of a new version of it. So it kind of gave up. We brought it up again, and 4 months later, it sounds like we're on the cusp of having an agreement announced. So I think for some American officials that feel that even the big ideas they put forward before India wouldn't respond to, things are happening faster than ever. And nothing is more proof of the fact that things are different, the ability to get big things done, than the jet engine deal. So jobs are great, transfer of technology is great, but it's a significant marker in showing things not possible just a decade ago move really fast now.
You know, Michael, there's another aspect of this relationship which is so interesting. It's the cooperation in space. It is very substantive because there's going to be an Indian in the International Space Station in 2024. That could be a low-hanging fruit in a sense. Our relationship has been very close. It was perhaps just a matter of time. But India signing on to the Artemis agreement, which is something which NASA has been speaking about the peaceful use of outer space, is again something which has China in mind, or Russia in mind as well, from an American standpoint. America wants India onto a brigade of countries which follows certain rules in space in as much as they do in, say, the Indo-Pacific region.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought up the Artemis Accords. I mean, we've talked about all the big ticket announcements we could expect to hear in the next few hours, but the Artemis Accords one is particularly significant because many, including myself, I should admit, didn't necessarily expect India to join or for that announcement to be made during this visit. Really significant. And I think it highlights just how multifaceted this relationship has become when you look at the list of the headline generating deals. You've got defense deals, you've got tech deals, the Micron announcement, and then of course you got the space thing with India joining the Artemis Accords. So absolutely, I'm not sure I'd use the term brigades to refer to the but I think the general idea is indeed for the U.S. to be building coalitions of like-minded partners. And this I think goes back to one of the Biden administration's fundamental foreign policy goals from the day it took office, was to really strengthen U.S. leadership and restore alliances and partnerships that, in the Biden administration's view, had suffered during the Trump era. And there's been limited success with that in terms of gathering support to counter China, and certainly in terms of gathering support from countries to take a stronger stand against Russia. But I think that here we are seeing evidence that with India, so much success and progress being made in terms of how the two countries are starting to agree to partner on so many levels to counter this China challenge. And going back to the Micron deal, so important because we all know that one of there's a strategic element there. The goal is to better integrate India into diversifying global supply chains, particularly for critical and emerging technologies. And that Micron deal could really move the needle forward in a big way in that regard. So just, I think good news all around in that regard.
All right, good news all around. Truly, this relationship has gone to the next level. Thank you all very much for being with us. We're going to keep tracking this particular state visit of the Indian Prime Minister to the United States, but that's after this short break.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. we're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
Because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise,
welcome back. You're watching Left, Right, and Center. Throughout this week, we've been tracking this all-important state visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States. Today has been a day when so much has been looked at. About 5 to 6 important deals. The 6th one is the deal for drones. It's not yet been announced, but perhaps it will be sooner than later. Joining us now to discuss one very important aspect of the deal, the likelihood of an Indian being in space on the US space station, perhaps even next year. And then India as part of the Artemis process. That's something that the United States and NASA are championing. Two wonderful people and close friends, Dr. Amitabh Ghosh and Pallav Bagla. Amitabh, let me come to you first. Let's talk about Artemis, because I think a lot of people want to know about the space station, so we'll keep them hanging for a little while. Let's talk about Artemis, because it is so important for the future of our relationship in space.
Right. So, what is Artemis? So the last 20 years, you have been seeing the space station. So the space station has been the kind of platform to do experiments in space, right? Yes. And so that is about to shift in the next 5 years. And that platform will change from, the space station is about 250 miles from Earth. This will become the moon. So the US is going back to the moon. It's the Artemis program. The first flight of the Space Launch System, or SLS, has already happened. The next will happen where astronauts will go around the moon and come back sometime next year. And then finally, there'll be boots on the ground. So it's a huge deal. Like SpaceX is doing the lander, and Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin is doing another lander, and there's the Space Launch System. So, you can think of the 1960s, the 70s of the Apollo program. So the moon is going to be the next frontier. Blue Origins is going to try to bring up base, set up a base there. This is going to be a huge project like the International Space Station. So you need international partners come together with a legal framework and in an engagement mechanism. What type of engagement? Why is it even necessary? So there has to be interoperability of various engineering systems so that they can work with each other. Then there has to be some sort of agreement of this is how you're going to, say, previous landing sites, resource utilization, usage of land on the moon. All these very important factors, there has to be some sort of an agreement. So what is the Artemis Accords? It is kind of before you get engaged in this huge project, you kind of are agreeing to the legal framework. That's why it's so very important. If you kind of don't see eye to eye, then it's tougher to come on board as a partner. So the fact that India is signing on is very good. But afterwards, what is the exact collaboration? That is still
It's yet to be seen. Pallav, it's interesting that we likely have an India on the International Space Station because we are pursuing our space exploration dreams with two partners. Russia, which has been involved, for example, in the training of Indian astronauts whenever the Gaganyaan program actually happens, and now we will obviously be training with NASA as well. So keeping our options open, also our friendships alive.
Oh, certainly. See, if an Indian goes to the International Space Station on an American spaceship, I think it is going to help both countries. It is largely all about optics between the two countries and the friendship which is being shown. Remember, it was in 1963 when the first rocket which was launched from India was an American rocket. Relations soured in between, but then now relations are picking up again after 60 years. And in between, we also had the Chandrayaan-1 mission, which was a sterling collaboration between India and the US. India was the captain and others were partners. And now, if an Indian can go to the International Space Station, it'll be useful, but one will have to wait and watch as to what kind of science an Indian could do there. India already has its Gaganyaan program, which is to launch an Indian astronaut from Indian soil on an Indian rocket, and that is likely to happen in 2024 in a low Earth orbit. But to go to the International Space Station and also be part of the Artemis program, I think it's an interesting development, but we'll have to wait and watch and see what the nitty-gritty and the fine details are.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this very important aspect of the relationship. Thank you very much indeed. What I'm going to do right now is go back to a little bit of the imagery, the pomp and the pageantry that we've actually seen outside the White House today, and to just apprise our viewers of what's going to happen next. So lots of celebrations outside the White House. The national anthems of both sides played. There was a military parade as well. This is all associated with a state visit. It is very rare. It's a rare honor. It's not happened too often. It's happened on a few occasions to Indian Prime Ministers in the past. But the first state visit accorded to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But this is the second time that Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the US Congress. When is that happening? It's happening in the early hours of the morning. We'll try and give you an update of the exact time. But I think what we will tell you or share with you is what comes up at about 10 p.m. tonight. That is when Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Joe Biden, after their bilateral talks, which is taking place now, will be addressing the media. Now, Prime Minister Modi doesn't address the media very much. However, on this occasion, he will be taking a couple of questions, perhaps just one question for Biden, one for Modi. But that should actually be, I mean, it's important because in a sense, there is an expectation that they would be able to summarize what aspects of the deal, of the deals that have been spoken about for the last couple of weeks have been looked at very seriously and are likely going through. But there will be a joint statement as well. Then, of course, later on in the early hours of the morning over here, but in the evening in the United States, towards the afternoon, in fact, in the United States, is when the Prime Minister will be going to the US Congress to make his address over there. So all very important developments. I would tell you that one of the important deals which has been signed or will be eventually signed between India and the United States is the deal for jet engine technology to be manufactured in India. It's important because, as we've explained, the jet engine technology is in fact the holy grail of aviation technology. Very few countries have it, and with India getting it, it really does open up an ecosystem in aerospace in India. Take a look.
Jet engine technology, widely considered the holy grail of civil and military aviation. This is the General Electric GE F414 engine, a cutting-edge jet engine that powers the F-A-18 Hornet, the US Navy's go-to fighter. This engine may now be produced by General Electric in India. In a multi-billion-dollar deal with Hindustan Aeronautics, with reports suggesting that America is willing to transfer key technology worth up to
80% of the value of the deal. It would power the LCA Mark II, an advanced variant of the Made in India Tejas fighter that you see here. The United States has never allowed the transfer of this level of technology to anyone. State-of-the-art jet engines include components which are deeply intellectual property rights protected, with manufacturing processes that are top secret. The technology that India may get includes coating and machining of single crystal turbine blades. What exactly are we talking about? Consider this. Manufacturing components of jet engine turbines has always been a massive engineering challenge through the history of aviation. Jet turbines need to retain their shape, their strength, and their efficiency at temperatures up to 2000 degrees centigrade. Metal alloys used in older jet engines using conventional manufacturing techniques failed at the highest temperatures. They lost their thermal efficiency, which is why a handful of companies began to develop what they call single crystal turbine airfoils. Through profound chemical engineering of superalloys, single crystal turbine airfoils are able to achieve 3 times more engine life protection against corrosion resistance. Far, far lower overall weight. It's a lighter engine. A higher melting point temperature. This is absolutely critical. And massive engine life, much more than usual, up to 25,000 hours before an overhaul takes place. For India, the deal will mean that GE will open shop in India in partnership with HAL at a new plant to introduce the manufacturing processes required to build not just single crystal turbine blades, but also other key components, including laser drilling for combustion, machining of powder metallurgy, and the manufacture of compression discs and blades. The GE 414 Iron 6 engine, when it's built in India, will power not just India's indigenous Tejas Mark II fighter, but also the futuristic AMCA, or Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, a stealth fighter. For the Indian Air Force, this will mean reliable and long-lasting jet engines. Russian engines in the past frequently needed an overhaul at a few hundred hours. Now you have engines which can be overhauled after several thousand hours. Engines which are lighter, more powerful, much more fuel efficient, and with the potential to be upgraded for future use. The benefits of all of this will be transformational for the Indian Armed Forces. Vishnu Shom for NDTV. All right, so in terms of what we expect for the remainder of this evening, 10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. That's starting in about 10 minutes from now. If they stick to schedule, that's a little bit of an if. There'll be a joint press statement, and then they're expected to take a couple of questions. Then later on, 12:15 a.m., early hours of tomorrow, to 2:40 a.m., Prime Minister Modi's address to the joint sitting of the US Congress. And finally, 4 a.m. in the morning, but evening in the United States is when that state dinner at the White House will be taking place. So that's what's going to be happening over the next couple of hours. I can tell you that the Prime Minister will be having a meal rich in millets, and that's something that the US has looked at very, very closely indeed. So it's going to be quite interesting. Let's just try and see if we can get a few more details about what the Prime Minister will actually be eating. So I've actually got the menu. So bear with me as we go through this. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at dinner with the US President is going to be offered marinated millet and grilled corn kernel salad. Compressed watermelon and tangy avocado sauce would accompany that. There would be stuffed portobello mushrooms with a creamy saffron-infused risotto. Upon request, there is a non-veg option, which is a sumac roasted sea bass with lemon dill yogurt sauce and crisp millet cakes and summer squashes. It sounds delicious, absolutely. And finally, for dessert, rose and cardamom infused strawberry shortcake. That's what the Prime Minister will be offered. But that's going to be many hours from now. But those important remarks, joint statement, that is expected. Let's see when it starts. That's coming up. Do stay tuned.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, Building a Blueprint for Climate Action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
In a world with rapidly shifting power dynamics, India is emerging as a global power. With its new standing, how do Indians view the world?
It's undeniable.
All right, so let's get to the latest on the Prime Minister's state visit to the US. And currently, Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden are conducting the bilateral talks. And this is the second day of the Prime Minister's state visit. He's on a 3-day visit to the US. And you saw that grand welcome that he was given as he arrived at the White House earlier today ahead of the talks. He was welcomed with a 19-gun salute and playing of the national anthems of both countries at the South Lawns of the White House. We also saw lots of Indian Americans and NRIs there. Joe Biden, in his opening remarks or his remarks to the public at that time when he greeted Prime Minister Modi, he said that India and the US can shape the course of the 21st century, and he noted the US and India are working closely on a range of critical issues including healthcare, climate change, and challenges arising from Russia's aggression towards Ukraine. He also acknowledged the importance of religious freedom as a core principle of both nations. Now, both leaders are holding a one-on-one meeting, and then there will be delegation-level talks. Later today, the Prime Minister will also address a joint sitting of the US Congress, which is a rare honor. It's the second time that he will be addressing a joint sitting of the Congress. Already, there have been several big-ticket announcements made earlier today, from defense cooperation to space to visas and consulates as well. Well, to talk more about the Prime Minister's visit, let's go across now to VOA White House Bureau Chief Patsy Vidakuswara, who joins us. Thank you so much, Patsy, for joining us there. So it's been quite the welcome for the Prime Minister, and a lot of pomp and show as he was greeted there at the White House, and he spoke about the greeting. But now they've gotten down to business and the talks are taking place. Take us through what's expected at these at the talks that are underway right now in the White House.
So most of the points discussed by the Prime Minister and the President have already been pretty much,
mentioned yesterday by senior administration officials, who just gave us a long list of initiatives that the U.S. and India will announce today.
India will announce today or have announced today, as you mentioned, some cooperation in space. This is Indian and U.S. astronauts leading together a space exploration in 2024. There's also a new initiative to invite Indian skilled leaders over to the U.S. under the special visa. This is an expansive program. And there's, of course, the defense deals with the Predator drone purchased by India, as well as General Electric supporting Indian manufacturing capacity to produce jet engines for your jets. Now, of course, all of this is designed to support U.S. interests, in this case, geopolitical interests in terms of helping India become a strong power to project power in the Indo-Pacific as a counterbalance against China, as well as to wean off India of Russian weaponry. As we know, there's, I think, still 45% of Indian imports of weapons come from Russia. This is already a decline, according to the Stockholm Institute of Peace Research, or SIPRI, a decline from 10 years ago, but it's still significant, and this is something that the U.S. is concerned about particularly in the context of the war in Ukraine. But as you can see, in terms of welcoming, it was a very full of pageantry and pomp, not just from the White House side, but also from the Indian diaspora. The White House tells me that they have invited around 7,000 Indian diaspora. And of course, one of them, the very famous one, Vice President Kamala Harris, who is also there to welcome the Prime Minister.
That's right. Now, tell us a little bit about how this visit is being reported there in the United States. The Prime Minister is also going to be addressing the joint sitting of the Congress. And we do know, however, that some members of the Senate and House are also boycotting this address. And there was a letter also sent over several concerns that they had regarding India and Prime Minister Modi.
Yeah, so the concern is mostly resting around the issue of human rights, right? I mean, this is the Indian leader who is given this very warm welcome, White House red carpet. Not too long ago, less than 20 years ago, in 2005, he was denied a visa for entry to the U.S. because of allegations over, religious violence. So this is a concern. Many members of Congress, particularly from the Democrat side, feel that Prime Minister Modi has not done enough in terms of supporting human rights in his own country, in the way he treats political opponents, for example, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and so on. But the White House has made it clear that even though they try to bring up the issue of human rights whenever they can, but in this particular relationship, on this particular visit, there are much larger geostrategic interests, including what we have mentioned, maintaining a counterbalance to China, as well as trying to lure India closer to the West camp in terms of dealing with Russia. So yeah, human rights is not going to be the main thing. So as far as the way American media has been covering this visit, other than the issue of human rights, which becomes like, a second note almost, I think so many stories is how Prime Minister Modi is being treated like President Biden's new best friend, because the two of them have issues with Xi Jinping. That's kind of like the main story here in Washington, D.C. A recognition that India is a rising power, a recognition that India wants to become a bridge between East and West and North and South, a recognition that India will host the G20 summit, and that the G7 countries who just met in May in Hiroshima really want to be able to transfer their agenda, their concerns from Hiroshima and G7 towards the G20 summit in New Delhi in September. And one of the key issues is whether or not President Putin will be invited or will attend.
All right, Patsy, thank you so much for joining us there with the latest and with the highlights so far. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Maha Siddiqui also, who joins us from Washington, from outside the White House. And Maha, so tell us what's happening right now. We saw that grand welcome. We saw the opening statements of both the leaders made there on the podium. And now they've gotten down to the business part of it.
And before getting down to the bilateral talks, Gargi, both Prime Minister Modi and President Biden made those opening statements at the Oval Office, where most of us were present. And in the Oval Office, they spoke about a range of issues that they will discuss, starting from the geopolitical situation, which in turn dovetails into security as well as defense sector. Then they spoke about tech sector. And tech sector is something that President Biden spoke about, in fact, twice. He spoke about it in the Oval Office as key areas of cooperation required between the two sides. And he also spoke about it when he was making the speech in the South Lawn during the reception. He said that tech partnership has to be trusted, it has to be safe, secure. And I think that really defines this entire meeting this time around. Why is there this forging of closer ties between India and the United States? This is clearly with an eye on China, which is emerging as a common threat to both India and the United States, and especially in the Indo-Pacific. The aggression of the Chinese side is leading India and US to forge closer ties. And Prime Minister Modi also said that the current geopolitical situation requires the two countries to come together. So apart from defense and technology, the other issues, the other sectors that were mentioned of primary importance that will be discussed between the two sides largely revolved around areas of democracy as well. A commonality between the two sides, the oldest and the largest democracies of the world, the values, the common values that they both have. So President Biden also mentioned with democracy, human rights. He said he will be discussing that issue that will come up for discussion between the two sides. Space is another sector that was very specifically mentioned by President Biden. And we do understand that an MOU is likely, which will in fact pave the way for a human flight with an Indian astronaut as well, and this could be as early as next year, 2024, 2025. That is the kind of timeline we are getting. This is under the Armistice Accord, which India could be on board. So these are primarily the areas that they have both underlined. But of course, during the speeches at the reception, both sides also mentioned the people-to-people issues, it is the Indian-American community, why it is so vital for the two sides, how they've made